economists, youth activists, labor and the creative sectors are also represented. And in studio with us, economist Mr. Joel Pemberton. Mr. Pemberton and all of our guests will share what their expectations are as it relates to different sectors as we anticipate the details of what is to come from Finance Minister Colum Imbert this afternoon during his budget presentation. Welcome to all of our panelists. Ayn Earl, founder of Fashion Arc, Amilcar Sanatan, activist, Mr. Joseph Remy, Labour leader, and the credit union, I believe he's the credit union leader as well, Lance Jack, economist, Dr. Darren Conrad, economist. Let's take a look at the budget overview and media review before we begin our discussion.
Finance Minister Colum Imbert has presented a $52.49 billion package for fiscal 2022. Predicated on an oil price of US $65 per barrel and a gas price of US $3.75 per MMBTU, government expects to earn an estimated $43 billion. The fiscal deficit is just under 6% of our gross domestic product.
Total revenue, $43.333 billion. Oil revenue, $12.614 billion. Non-oil revenue, $29.712 billion. Capital revenue, $1.006 billion. Total expenditure, net of capital repayments and sinking fund contributions, $52.429 billion. Fiscal deficit, $9.096 billion. The major allocations for 2022 will be education and training, $6.886 billion.
Ministry of Health being allocated $6.395 billion and the Ministry of National Security getting $5.664 billion. Among the fiscal measures announced by the Minister of Finance, from November 1st, value-added tax will be removed from a list of basic food items.
This will include the zero rating of basic food items such as biscuits, cooking oil, canned vegetables, cornflakes, canned fish, canned meat, curry, juice, sausages, ham, ketchup, bottled water, and pigtail.
And relief for the most vulnerable in society through a rebate on utilities.
I propose to increase the rebate from 25% to 35% on bills that are $300 or lower. This would affect 210,000 households at an additional annual cost to government of $25 million. This measure will take effect from the 1st January 2022. Madam Speaker, I also propose to appropriately offset the cost of water for the same group of households receiving the TNTEC bill rebate.
And reducing the cost of specified items for the differently abled.
I propose to remove all value-added tax and customs duty on specified therapy equipment, hearing impaired, visually impaired, physical mobility disabilities, disability safety peripherals, and communications. This measure will assist persons with disabilities to purchase the required peripherals and equipment at a reduced cost. This measure will take effect on the 1st of January 2022.
Minister of Finance Colum Imbert said the increase in value-added tax refunds will go a long way in assisting businesses with cash flow.
The revenue figure for value-added tax is a net figure. So in the revenue documents presented in this House at budget time and at the closing of accounts and so on, the figure for value-added tax is the gross receipts of VAT minus the refunds. So once you accelerate the refunds, the VAT revenue total, the net total, decreases.
He said the decision to increase the VAT refunds was made based on revised revenue figures as a result of increased revenues from higher oil and gas prices and a general recovery in most sectors of the economy. As it pertains to GDP, Minister Imbert said the 2022 budget projected an overall fiscal deficit of $9.095 billion or 5.81% of GDP. He said an overall deficit of $4.754 billion was projected for the period October 1st, 2021 to March 31st, 2022. The finance minister said this was based on the preliminary data available to government in September 2021.
However, I am pleased to report that instead of a deficit of $4.754 billion at the end of March, as was expected, based on revenues received and expenditure incurred, the government has actually recorded a surplus of $654 million, some $5.408 billion higher than the projected outcome in the first 6 months of the fiscal year.
He said the country's overdraft is at 49.8% and the country's debt to GDP is at 72%, which is 15% less than estimated in the budget. Additional revenue will go to reduce the budget deficit, make a payment to the Heritage and Stabilization Fund, pay arrears to utility companies, pay gratuities, social welfare payments, negotiate collective agreements with unions, fund road repair and desilting programs, and continue fuel subsidy. Minister Imbert said the over $3 billion supplementary appropriation for fiscal 2022 will affect 29 heads of expenditure. He said the funds will be sourced from the Consolidated Fund as well as from borrowings if required. Mahalia Joseph Wharton, TTT News.
And now that we've had reminders of what was allocated in last year's budget, of course, we will kick off the discussions with Mr. Pemberton, who's with us here in studio. And we would like to find out from him, what are your expectations on the heels of what's to come this afternoon?
Hi, good afternoon, Crystal. Thank you for having me on the show. Good afternoon, viewers. Well, I expect, I'm going to look at it from an energy perspective, because by and large, energy prices or global energy prices drives our GDP. And there's a direct correlation between oil, methanol, ammonia, and LNG prices to our growth in our overall economy. So what we're seeing now is increasing gas and prices overall, and that's what is generating the surplus revenue for the economy as it is now. What I like, however, with that, production is still lower than where we were 10 years ago. So we need to have increased activity to increase production on the island, but we are stymied by certain reserve constraints at the moment. And we're relying heavily on cross-border Venezuelan gas and deepwater gas. So I'd like to understand the strategy for there. Finally, Trinidad and Tobago, we need to look at much more of a long-term plan. A budget looks at the short-term aspects of things within the next 12 months. And the budget should be in the context of what that long-term plan. So what I'd like to see from this sector is what's the 10-year strategic outlook? What are we exactly going to be doing? And one of my main expectations is what are we going to do with the power generation industry? The reason why is that industry is what helps drive economic activity on the island. And a simple example is if you don't have power, there's not much you can do. The more power you have coming onto an island, the greater the economic activity. In addition to which, it falls within the energy transition, things like solar, things like that. So I'd like to discuss a bit more about that during the show. And hopefully the budget could address some of these broader policy initiatives of how we take the country 10, 20 years out, and not focus on what's going to happen in the next 12 months, because we can miss the bigger picture if we only focus on 12 months.
Thank you so much. And we'd like to invite to the conversation now economist Mr. Darren Conrad. Good afternoon. Thank you so much for joining us.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you, Crystal, and good afternoon to the viewers.
And of course, we'd like to hear your views. Are there any particular expectations as it relates to the economy that you're hoping for this afternoon?
Well, I would say that now that the government has taken the opportunity to use the windfall revenues to unlock some fiscal space, some very much needed fiscal space in the economic system. And I would expect that some of what they have done, that they would continue to do, and to utilize some of that windfall revenues from the energy sector to continue to pay arrears to some of the utility bodies, which will assist them with some of the maintenance and repairs that needs to be done. In particular, with where the Water and Sewage Authority is concerned, the pipeline systems that continues to leak underground, so that we would see some improvements in the water delivery. as well as in the power generation with the electricity company. So those are some of the things, as well as the continued repayment of the VAT refunds to the business sector, which would help them with their cash flow, particularly with the thin-margined companies that are operating and having challenges meeting their wage bill. So I would expect to see some of those things continue, as well as some significant capital investment. If you look at the progress report of the Public Sector Investment Program 2022, we would see that there were a number of projects that were undertaken in terms of capital expenditure. So I would hope that some of those projects would continue, and we would see some more of those, particularly with the upgrade and maintenance of the infrastructure with regards to the road network and drainage, which continues to be a challenge as well. In addition, we would expect to see some issues, some of the socioeconomic issues to be addressed with, in terms of poverty reduction, some measures to reduce poverty, what can be done to assist households which are facing challenges with increasing cost of living by way of food inflation in particular, what will be done to assist those households and the fixed income earners who would be placed at risk and closer to the poverty line, if not pushed below the poverty line, as well as what would be done in terms of the education sector. I would expect that there would be some type of modification again to the GATE program. I would hope that we would see some further modifications to that to make it more efficient. We've seen some modifications in the past. We haven't heard any reports on the level of improvements of efficiencies, but I would expect to see some of that addressed as well going forward. So those are some of the areas I would expect to see being addressed in this presentation today.
And perhaps we can invite economist Lance Jack to add to what Dr. Conrad has given so far to the discussion. Mr. Jack, good afternoon. Hi, good afternoon. Okay. Are there any particular things that you're hoping for during the budget presentation? Good afternoon.
Well, in addition to what Dr. Conrad has said, I'd like to see some more emphasis being played on diversification as usual, because as we know, the oil capacity is going down, and someday we'll have to look at other things like agriculture, computer, the whole IT network. We'd like to see more manufacturing, agriculture manufacturing. We'd also like to see a lot of investment in TNT music, that's the entertainment industry in particular. On top of that, as you know, I'm from Tobago, so I have to put a plug in there for Tobago. We'd like to see a decent budget being given to Tobago so that we could continue to improve our contribution to the national economy here. Okay.
Thank you so much. Of course, we have Labour and the Credit Union League represented here this afternoon. Mr. Joseph Remy is also with us. Good afternoon, Mr. Remy. And thank you for joining us. We would like to hear your views. Are there any particular things you're hoping to be presented this afternoon by the Finance Minister during his budget presentation?
Hi, good afternoon to you and good afternoon to the viewers on the screen. Every year we come up with these expectations and we hope for some delivery of something that would at least ease the burden on the working class. I don't anticipate anything positive coming out of this year's budget for workers in particular, because the signals have been sent very early in terms of where the government is at with respect to the public sector wage negotiations, which also is really an indicator of what happens in the private sector and the other state enterprises. So I believe that what is going to happen is that they're going to stick to their guns with respect to their allocations of the 4%, which they have indicated all along, and the Prime Minister has made a plea for Labour to be understanding. But we can't be understanding in a circumstance where when other things increase, the purchasing power of the workers' dollar gradually diminishes. And we would like to have some formula where there is some level of buffering that will allow the working class to enjoy a decent standard of living while making the requisite sacrifices. As we are called to make sacrifices, we anticipate that there will be some effort being made to provide relief in other areas. But we are not seeing that. So as such, the only resolution that workers have is to seek an increase in their standard of in living, by extension through wage increases. And I don't believe we're going to see anything positive coming out of this budget for the working class. With respect to the credit union movement, we anticipate that there should be some announcement relative to a new legislative regime, and we hope that the requisite funding will be provided for that to take place so that we could have the credit union movement and the cooperative sector play a more prominent role in the economic development of Trinidad and Tobago. This is something I believe is critically important. Cooperative values and principles are what is needed now in this decaying society. So those are my expectations at this particular time.
Thank you so much, Mr. Remy. And now we would like to include in the conversation, because a number of sectors are included in this discussion this afternoon. We have entrepreneur Ayn Earl with us. Good afternoon, Ayn. And thank you for joining us.
Good afternoon, Crystal.
Hi. We would like to find out what are you as an entrepreneur, as a fashion, a person involved in the fashion industry? What are you hopeful for this afternoon?
So just in terms of following on what Mr. Jack and what he's saying is, of course, something that shows, of course, the diversification is something that they are really thinking of, that they see some support there, especially when it comes not just to fashion, but the creative industry. It has been hit really hard in the last 2 years because of the COVID-19 pandemic. And I think the main things we're really looking for is continued support and assistance, of course, when it comes to concessions in terms of import and exports. But I think it really is just to play to that support role when it comes to supporting the development of the sector itself. And diversification plays a bigger part when it comes to the economy in terms of what we're currently doing.
Thank you so much for sharing. And we would like to involve youth activist Amilka Sanatan. Good afternoon, and thank you for joining us. We would like to find out, in terms of the youth perspective, what are the things that you think are needed? What are you hopeful for this afternoon?
Much love, Crystal, and big up to the distinguished panel of speakers. Most definitely, I agree with what Dr. Conrad would have said in the conversation that may have happened about revenue. But as a young person, the words diversify and pivot to are just part of the things governments do every year, and even some of us as speakers contribute to. So I think there will be a conversation about revenue, fiscal space, infrastructural development, and very interesting projects around minor road development and how that would impact in a very real way the lives of people in communities. And then we already had the appetizer to industrial relations last night into this morning. So we'll be dealing with the entree. And I look forward to that conversation. What I would be pleasantly surprised about is to see if we could really attack three fundamental areas, which is to think about the pandemic as not as something we have gotten over, but how we really build in resilience in our health and education sectors. The second issue would be to address the energy crisis and the inflationary prices around the world. And we have seen regional commitment to the issue of food security and how we young people and cultivating an entire class of farmers have been a priority of this government, which I'm quite happy to see. But we would see how that has been exercised throughout the economy and across sectors. And the last issue would be around militarization. While I might seem as a faraway issue in Ukraine and Russia, the idea of aggression over dialogue and war over peace is very much a reality for the people here in Trinidad and Tobago. And as a young person, and many young people, like all people in our society, have very strong views on what we could do. And not the fight against crime, but how do we construct public safety and peace.
Thank you so much for sharing. And of course, a wide range of views have been shared. A long list of items have also been shared by our guests. Mr. Pemberton, what stands out for you so far in the discussion?
I think very important from the youth perspective, because I'm very passionate about youth development. You know, and what I said, agriculture, food security, how we deal with the energy crisis, which is my core area, war and peace. You know, what is the framework or the long-term strategic plan? And how is the budget going to address that plan? Because these things don't happen overnight, as we know. It's not going to happen in 12 months. What's the policy framework? What's that vision? And then how are we going to hold the government and to some extent other sectors accountable to achieve that vision? Because we've had Vision 2020, we have Vision 2030, and whatever the case is. But how holding folks accountable to deliver on those visions. What exactly is that vision, right? And how do we get the population bought into that vision, into one Trinidad and Tobago to achieve that excellence which we are capable of? So those points really stood out to me, and I think what we're seeing now are symptoms of things without absolute clarity on that vision and how it impacts everyone in society. And that disconnect is very clear, and I think that needs to be clarified with absolute clarity. Whether we see that in the budget or not, it may not be, but that's something we definitely need to see as a society, tackling all areas.
Understood. And we will return shortly. We'll take a short break, and we will return with our budget perspectives discussion.
Limited with Penny on Point. Many of you know this show as the Pop Show.
Thank you for popping with us, putting a smile on your face. We're making these moments and this reality that we're all in a little bit lighter and giving you something to take away of a moment in your quiet time just to reflect and just to bust a laugh. So thank you for allowing us into your living rooms.
I come for this work, sign me up. I come for this work, sign me up. I come for this work, sign me up. I come for it.
It has pimentos and it has cilantro. That's what it has. They're going to use that.
That's cilantro.
It's the ingredients they give you.
Penny,
I can't decide what it
down in the backyard.
That is
right here in my backyard.
Hi, Penny. How you doing? Bang, 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 badang. Bang, 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 badang. Bang, 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 badang. You want to lick a thing? Let me go do it. We go ting a licky, ting a licky, ting a licky. Israel rise and we beat your lion right here in the back.
She's speechless!
Welcome back to Budget Perspectives. I'm your host, Crystal Wilson, and we would like to continue our discussion with Mr. Pemberton. We would like to take the discussion to the subsidy. It's something that is a sensitive issue. What are your thoughts, and what are you hoping that the Finance Minister is able to address on behalf of the population this afternoon?
Hey, Crystal, well, firstly, there are many subsidies in Trinidad and Tobago. But I think you know which one you're talking to. So you have the gas subsidy, you have TNTEC subsidy, you have LPG subsidy, and so on. But I think it's very important for us to understand the history as to why we got here and what we need to go, or what we need to going forward. And I'll talk about the two main subsidies, actually. It's the gasoline, obviously, and of course TNTEC, because TNTEC is heavily subsidized. I'm not sure we fully understand the level of subsidy there. So let's start with I won't say the easier one, but let's start with TNTEC. And as we know, 30, 40 years ago, you used to flare a lot of gas. When you went to Mayaro, there were flares, and we were flaring that gas. And what back then, the administration trapped that gas essentially, and that essentially is used to create power numerous years ago. And that gas is associated gas to oil production back then. So the energy companies, mainly Amoco, focused on oil, not gas. So literally the gas was very cheap, and that's how we generated cheap power on the island for the last 50, 60 years. And dare I say, that is what drove the Trinidad and Tobago economy, access to cheap power. That's why we have a competitive advantage across many, many industries. However, in 1999, when BP acquired Amoco, and in 2004, when BP sold TSP, the oil fields, they then became predominantly a gas company, sorry. So it's no longer associated gas. So the fundamental shift took place, 30 years, or 20, I don't know my maths, about 20 years ago. And that's why I keep saying we have to think long-term, because the oil and gas industry looks at things from a long-term lens. So TNTEC, historically would have received gas at a very cheap price, and that pricing has changed. So the minister is faced with a massive subsidy with TNTEC. TNTEC owes NGC $7 billion, so they're getting gas and not paying for it, which is a real drain on the economy. So we need to have a policy to deal with that subsidy as well, because it's a real strain on the economy. How we deal with it, I think we need to look at the whole power generation sector. We need to basically reform that sector. We need to introduce energy transition policies, whether it be solar, wind, whatever the case is. I think we need to deregulate, allow people to generate their own power at their home. You should have solar panels on its roof, etc. We need to see a policy framework for that, right, to address that particular subsidy, and let folks take ownership for by and large, to generate their own power at home and become more conservative towards it. As it relates to the gasoline, diesel, and so on, fundamentally, again, that shifted, with the movement in Petrotrin. So for the last however long, Petrotrin as a refinery, we produced oil, we refined it, and then part of that refinery was gasoline and diesel, which was sold in the local market. But since we were producing it, the cost of producing it was our cost. We weren't buying it from someone else at market value per se, because we were actually producing the oil in our own oil fields. So the economics was very different at that point in time. Once that changed and the refinery was closed down, we now had to import, right, diesel, gasoline, and so on. And that happened 3 or 4 years ago. Again, that's a major shift that took place from an economic perspective, or how it is valued, because before we were producing it on our own, that's a different cost structure. Mind you, one could argue, if you're selling it in Trinidad and X and price outside is higher, you're losing on that profitability. But I think that was government policy that, the opportunity cost was more for the citizens at that point in time. But when you're buying from the outside market, you're paying international prices. And if you're paying international prices, someone has to bear the cost of that differential. And the question is, there are only 3 parties to pay, 2 in this case, the citizens or the government. And that's a very tough decision, right, of how do you then choose which one. And that's a fine balance in that, right? And that's why I think an overarching policy as to where we want to go, so we don't look at these little piecemeal options or opportunities, look at it holistically, and then this will fit into that strategy. One of the fellow panelists talked about, understanding the pain points and what are we in service of, or why are we making these sacrifices. If we know what the bigger picture is, we may be prepared to take a sacrifice here, not here, and so on, if we understand what that overall vision is. And that's where I think I'm harming on that, understanding with absolute clarity what that vision is and how it fits into these small compartments. So my view of the subsidy is, I believe, and it's been flagged, part of it will be removed because the government has some balance sheet stress, and it will be seeking to remove subsidies, which in my view is not necessarily a bad thing, but society may not be able to bear the full burden of removing all subsidies, because you have LPG, you have electricity, you have gasoline, and you have probably things I'm not fully aware of, right? How are all of those going to be looked at in the bigger picture perspective?
You. And of course, Mr. Jack, we'd like to welcome you to the conversation again. Do you share the views shared by Mr. Pemberton concerning the subsidies? What are you hoping for this afternoon?
Yes, I share those views, but I know that if the subsidies are removed, it's likely to be an increase in taxes in other places to replace the subsidy, because we have a lot of discomfort in the society. That a lot of people are not in a very good income bracket to be able to take care of themselves, and as such, the government will have to do that. But yet, the government has to find the monies to do it. So I hope that with the revenue authority and with shifting of some of the focus from other things, that monies could be found to help those who are more in need. With respect to the gas subsidy, I have no problem with the continued removal of that subsidy. I think we have too many cars and vehicles driving up and down the streets in the country. And we have to find a way of controlling that. Otherwise, we'll have to find a lot more money for road building, road repairs, and so forth. But along with that, we may have to subsidize the public transportation system some more. We can collect a lot more money in the airlines, having more flights, dedicated airlines to Tobago, and make the foreigners pay a price differential. And there are many other areas where you can collect some of those monies, like visiting the parks and so forth and so on. There can be a fee for a lot of those. and we can stop this attitude of giving away that everything is free in this country. There could be a lot of reduction on that. You don't have to charge a lot more, but something should be paid because nothing is free. And we have to get to the point where we realize that. I mean, for example, I saw a show in Tobago recently, and I would call that a premium show, costing nothing. The excuse was that that was a contribution to the nation for independence. I think, yes, it could have been a contribution, but at least $100 fee, because that shows worth a lot more. So we can find ways of doing away with some of this freeness and getting a lot of us to pay for more of those things.
Thank you so much. And Dr. Conrad, we want to hear from you in terms of what Mr. Jack would have just shared. He thinks there needs to be a mind change, an adjustment in terms of how citizens view the subsidies. What are your thoughts?
Well, certainly, of course. I'm going to have to quantify what I'm going to say. So I'll prefix it and then I'll quantify it and then I'll wrap it up. So what I'm going to say is that, yes, of course, the government has dealt stealthily with the removal of the fuel subsidies over time. And I know sometimes the minister in some sort of way, shape or form will always indicate that something has not happened as yet. So I know they have dealt stealthily with that. Now, what I'm saying is that the windfall revenue that was that we have as a result of the increase in energy prices, we would see that the government has created some fiscal space within which to operate, and they can do certain things now. Now, we also know that a number of households are facing significant hardships on the heels of the pandemic here. We're still in the pandemic, as a matter of fact. It's just that we're trying to get back to some sort of normalcy, but being reminded that we're still in the pandemic. Now, yes, of course, the government can ease its expenditure by the removal of some subsidies. But as with everything, we always have to think about the timing and the impact that will have in the current setting. Now, with households already facing challenges, we have soaring food prices, and that's not just nationally, that's globally. As a matter of fact, the World Bank has projected that food prices would increase in some instances by as much as 51%. Do we want to add to that inflationary pressure by increasing the cost of transportation of the goods and services, which already we are facing challenges in terms of supply chain disruption? So we are facing a number of challenges in that area. So yes, the removal of the subsidy, but in terms of the timing, is it the correct time to do it? Because if we think about the impact of the removal of fuel subsidy, we're going to see increases in food prices. That's just the beginning of it. What about those individuals who commute? Because the cost of transportation significantly will go up. So those individuals who have to travel to and from work, what is their position in the face of fixed wages? So I'm going to say that the removal of the subsidy, admirable and stealthily dealt with, but can continue to be done so. But is the timing right now to continue to do that? Or should we use some of this fiscal space to buy some time to allow the economy to recover, increase expenditure, run up that deficit, get the economy moving, get individuals back to work, and then we can talk about that. Let food prices sort of stabilize globally, because these food prices that we're looking at, we have no control over some of the shocks that are affecting the price of food. So we're going to have to think about those things. What are we going to do to mitigate some of these things and the fallouts for the households who are on fixed incomes? So again, we're thinking about the significant increase in the cost of living as a result of that. Is it something we want to deal with now? Or do we want to use some of our fiscal space to buy some time and then continue to deal with that later on? So I'm not saying that I'm not for it. I'm just saying that we need to think about the timing within which we're going to do this. When I say we as a country, as a collective. So those are some of the things I'm thinking of. And going on from that, I think we need to change the narrative from diversification to transformation. I think diversification is a little bit too narrow, because when we think diversification, people are thinking, oh yeah, we're going from agriculture, we're going from energy to agriculture to tourism to, some No, we need to transform the entire economic system. Transformation to me says something more meaningful and more holistic as opposed to diversification. We've been talking about diversification. Trinidad is 60 years old now? Probably about 59 years now. So we need to think about the transformation and not diversification. I think the entire narrative has to change now. In addition to it, we need to talk about, we always talking about expenditure on education, expenditure on this. How about we start talking about investment in agro-processing, investment in education, investment in healthcare? That way, the government is going to start thinking, we are thinking about expenditure. We're thinking about expenditure with a view to a return, not just ad infinitum, ad nauseum spending.
Mr. Pemberton, we have Dr. Conrad expressing his views, talking about the timing and the removal of the subsidies. And we have Mr. Jack asking citizens to be understanding as to why government is doing what it's doing as it relates to the subsidy. Your views on those?
So I want to build and be a bit controversial. And when I talk about long-term planning, so where the world is going, we have to look at the electrification. So subsidies on gasoline is for transportation. What we are seeing globally is the electrification of transportation, right? And where in some countries, as I said, if you deregulate the power industry and you could generate solar panel with storage, which is very simple at your house, at your office, you could charge your cars at home, which means you're not using gasoline. So subsidy becomes a non-issue. Now, if that's part of a 10-year plan of how we're going to electrify the transportation industry, then over the next 10 years, we understand how these subsidies are going to play into that context, which comes to the timing point that Conrad talked about, right? But if you look at timing without the context of where we're going to, every year on this panel, we'll be talking about the same thing. Is it the right time? Is it the wrong time? That's the controversial part. And we're stuck in that conversation. And that's where the transformation is very important. And that's where the vision of where we're going in the context of that transformation and the budget to achieve that is critical. And I think we're missing that piece. I think we focus on what is that vision. And the example with subsidies, in my view, I want to electrify our transportation system. Utilize our gas, right, which we have. I mean, we do have gas. We just don't have enough for industry. That's a different conversation. Utilize our gas to electrify the industry. These are climate change issues as well. How do you make that power industry more efficient? Deregulate where houses and businesses could generate their own power and by extension control their own cost, because you're going to make it very visible to someone when they put in a power system, storage, how much power they have. Naturally, they want to not use as much if they know it's coming down. And if you have the EVs over time, I'm not saying now, you will be charging your own car. So, I mean, and Trinidad's a small place, so we don't have to worry about, charging it for a very long period of time like you have in big countries, because not everybody goes to Tokyo and back every single day, right? So that will deal. If in 10 years' time, 90% of the cars are electric, we would not be having this conversation. Now, I'll give the audience I'm sorry to have the picture, a very interesting picture I saw several years ago. It was in 1909, and there's a picture in New York, and the entire street were horse carriages with one car. Similar picture, 14 years later, all cars and one horse. The rate of transformation could happen very quickly once you have that right policy and enabler, and it could deal with a lot of these fundamental issues that we're facing. So I'll leave it there.
Thank you so much. And Ayn, we would like to hear from you. We're not out of the pandemic just yet, but of course the creative sector, the fashion industry, we see it re-emerging, so to speak, now that things have opened back up. How has that affected you all, and how hopeful are you that it will continue to do so, given the pending budget presentation?
Similarly to what you're saying, yes, there is an opening up now where there's exposure and experience that is happening now, and you're seeing that improvement across the industry. But I still think, and I agree to it, what Dr. Conrad was saying in terms of maybe changing of the vocabulary that we're using and those words that like maybe assist with not just the government, but also to the general public understanding how things should move and the way that we see growth in terms of that transformation. And I think towards this, really, we need a lot more support, not just in terms of government, but in terms of like intersectoral linkages that need to happen. But we have been seeing some growth. We have been seeing people actually coming back. It's still a lot to be done because there was a lot of loss, a lot of job loss and different things happening over this 2-year period where persons were possibly sometimes unable to work at all or get any sort of income or revenue. So it's now trying to find a way to rebuild. And I think it's just in terms of moving forward, seeing how we can move forward with the other sectors and the other niches to really find growth and find that transformation that we really need to have to build this economy. It has been a tough road for most. I've been actually asking questions. A lot of persons are not very hopeful as it comes to support from the budget, really. But we really are trying to seek at least some type of support, at least even if they are continuing with those loans that they have, and ease of business as well too. When it comes to creative businesses, trying to move forward with opening bank accounts, or even with possibly finding ways to better export, and even for import as well too. How does that work? And we see that moving forward, not just with the next year, but the next 5 years, as we try to really improve on our economy.
And is it that you are hopeful that the expectations of financial institutions in terms of loans being paid, was there any ease during that time?
There was some, but there's still some difficulty. The loans, yes, some persons were able to, but even if right now persons are spending 2 to 3 days even to get someone to answer the phone to get an appointment to even start a business account. So sometimes it takes a little while and it's a little tougher. We are seeing the credit unions doing, thanks in terms of being an easier space, but when it looks to the financial institutions such as our banks, it has been very difficult as an entrepreneur or creative entrepreneur to really do business here in terms of trying to get the machines, to get paperless payments. That's been an issue. To get online banking has been an issue. So we're hoping that support can come some way or form or fashion, that they can see too that is the way to that we, of course, you can show, and even when it comes to them taxing us, that you can see where the money is coming from. But we've been getting some difficulties with some of the financial institutions with not just loans, but of course, even starting on creating our own business accounts.
All right, we're going to take a short break and we're going to return with our budget perspectives discussion.
TTT News, delivering more news more often to more people. Follow us on social media at TTT Live Online. Log on to www.ttt.live.
50 by 20, 50 by 25.
This is Kyron Pollard. When you play, do it the legal way. Don't bet on illegal gaming.
There are more ways to win big and multiply your money with the new Lotto Plus Multiplier. When you play your regular Lotto Plus bet at the Multiplier for only $5 more and get a chance to multiply your non-jackpot prizes 3 times, 4 times, 5 times, 10 times, or even 20 times, you can win up to $1 million. Plus now win a quick pick when you match 2 numbers and the Powerball. Win even bigger prizes with the new Lotto Plus Multiplier today. Players must be 18 years and over. Please play responsibly.
Welcome to this afternoon's Playway Pick 2 and Pick 4 draw, supervised by independent auditors KPMG and presided over by the National Lotteries Control Board. Good luck, everyone.
Good afternoon. Welcome to NLCB's Playway Pick 2 and Pick 4 draw for Monday, September 26, 2022. First to draw this afternoon's Playway number. Winning number, it's 14. Lucky Mark Money. That's number 14. And our Mega Mix machine is loaded with a Mega Bonus Ball in each chamber. Should a Mega Bonus Ball call, you win $36. If a Mega Ball calls, $80. A Mega Ultra Ball calls, $100. And $125 should a Mega Extreme Ball call. Players' Mega options cost an additional $1, and you could win more Mega for your money. Now for our Mega Mix selection. Mega Ball called. Mega Extreme Ball called. Players play with mark number 14 money is called, along with a Mega Ball and Mega Extreme Ball. Congratulations, Mega winners. You've won the base payout and the additional Mega winnings. Next we draw this afternoon's Pick 2 numbers. First pick two number, it is 17. Number again 17. Now for the second pick two number. Second pick two number, it is 29. Pick two numbers 17 and 29 in that order. And we've loaded the Mega Ball and two white balls. Remember, if the white ball calls, there'll be no extra payout. However, when the pick two Mega Ball calls, if players paid an extra $5 minimum on the Mega Ball, not only will they win the base payout, but the additional Mega payout. And players pick two numbers 17 and 29 have called in that order with a white ball. Remember, you can win an additional Mega payout when you play the Mega Ball. And now for this afternoon's Pick 4 draw. First number, it is 0. Second and 6. Third, 7. And the fourth, it's for this afternoon's winning pick four numbers, 0, 6, 7, and 4 in that order. Congratulations to our Playway Pick 2 and Pick 4 winners, and make your money multiply with the new Lotto Plus multiplier. For an additional $5, you can multiply your non-jackpot prizes up to 20 times. And Wednesday's Lotto Plus jackpot estimated $3,600,000. And players scratch, match, and win with our suite of scratch games: Luxury Ride, Big Ride, Set for Life, and Payday. Play 4, win more, with up to 60 chances to win. Get your scratch tickets today. Thank you for joining us. Do so again at 4 o'clock this afternoon for another Playway Pick 2 and Pick 4 draw.
TTT News, delivering more news more often to more people. Follow us on social media at TTT Live Online. Log on to www.ttt.live.
Welcome back to Budget Perspectives. I'm your host, Crystal Wilson. We are talking about everything budget related as we await today's budget presentation by Finance Minister Colum Imbert. We have reporter Kimberly D'Souza at the House of Representatives. Kimberly, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Trinidad and Tobago. I am Kimberly D'Souza, and we're coming live from the Rotunda Gallery in the Red House. We are standing by for the budget reading from Minister of Finance Colum Imbert for fiscal 2022 to 2023. Now, we're inside of the Rotunda Gallery because it is currently overcast outside. It was drizzling earlier this evening, but that did not stop the group of protesters who gathered outside of the Red House to voice their concerns for things like crime. Also, they're talking about the increased food prices, and so they have been voicing their concerns. Now, what we have seen thus far is a group of the opposition MPs who have made their way to Parliament. We've seen Mr. Barry Padarath. We've also seen the MP for St. Augustine, Ms. Khadija Amin, who, when asked if the protest action happening outside was an opposition-led protest, she said that it wasn't, but in fact she had spoken to some people who had voiced their concern. Thus far, we have only seen one MP from the government benches. That would have been the Minister in the Ministry of Housing and Urban Development, Mr. Adrian Leons, who spoke to us and just told us, you know, they are looking forward to see how best they can reform the housing sector. So he's looking forward to what the allocation is going to be for housing so that they can get everybody into a home as soon as possible. So like I said, we are standing by at the Red House. We are standing by for the reading of the budget for fiscal 2022 to 2023. We are going to be hoping to get some more government MPs as they come in, just to give us exactly what their thoughts are, what they are expecting as we look forward to this budget reading for the new fiscal. So I am Kimberly D'Souza, and we're coming back to you in studio.
Thank you, Kimberly. Thank you so much. And as we continue to wait on this afternoon's budget presentation, we'd like to invite again to the conversation Mr. Amika Sanatan. Can you perhaps share with us youth development? What are your hopes for the youth in terms of anything and everything that you think that they need?
Yes, well, thank you, Crystal, but I can never speak for young people. You know, I have a subject position, but it's not representative of all. But I do know there are some common points. But if we were to say young people as a group, I'll be honest with you, some young people want handouts. To have lazy people in our society, to have some people that don't want to work, and our friends, men and women, who don't work that hard. But they exist. But en masse, young people don't want a handout. They want to have a fair opportunity to develop and move up in society, be successful in the economy, and to have their rights guaranteed as citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. And what we want to see in general is commitment. And I would highlight two quick examples and to tell you where it happens and then where it may not happen with the same amount of resolve. When the CARICOM said we need to reduce our food import bill by 2025 by 25%, we have seen Caribbean government commitments since then. We have had heads of state come to Trinidad and Tobago. We have made delegations to other countries. We have sent delegations there. And what we see is a homestead program by the Ministry of Youth Development and National Service, a shade agricultural program, again, by the ministry, cultivating a new crop of farmers to be involved in the sector, along with other investments in the sector to make entry into the market more accessible for people, in particular young people. And it took on a holistic perspective by looking at the issue of education, retraining people so they have practical skills, but even the issue of housing. So there was a total youth development approach, which brings in issues of life skills, entrepreneurship, and so on, in moving people into the area of agriculture. A next area where we see there's some commitment is around the role of people in East Port of Spain. The Ministry of Planning, the Community Recovery Report, Ministry of Housing and Urban Development, taking up the mantle to say people from East Port of Spain, particularly young people, especially after the protests in 2020, we think they have a place in our development. And the Ministry of Sport and Community Development have a special investment into getting young people into training, internships, and understanding the public service. Then we have the Empower program, Male Empowerment program. The Ministry of Youth Development and National Service, again, have special outreach to the people of East Port of Spain, the young people. But then when we think about education, we have dropped the ball in some areas. That what was required coming out of the pandemic and working through it and to get beyond it was to rethink the paradigm of education. It may surprise some of the listeners to understand that we run social programs in different public sectors, where 38% of the participants have 0 CXC passes. And 75% of the participants definitely do not have 5. So what social programs really offer people an opportunity is to get onto the formal ladder of the society, which they did not get in education. They have left school without passes. What are we doing to help them? And when we think about rights, it must be extended in a very serious way. What about the rights of migrants? Or do we believe that we could disavow all our human rights commitments by saying migrant children do not have the right to access in our public education system? Or is it that in 2004, we have a cabinet directive to set up the Secretaría para la Implementación del Español, beautiful document to say we have a secretariat to implement Spanish for it to be our first foreign language. But when migrants come here speaking Spanish, we have all the other issues, right? Which say that we shouldn't learn the language and they shouldn't be here. So we have some serious questions to ask about what do we imagine the citizen of Trinidad and Tobago to be? As Dr. Conrad asked, what is the investment? And all the speakers spoke to about the type of the economy we would have and the type of areas. CXC has done it. Cape teaches tourism, entrepreneurship, and agriculture. We have strategic areas we can go to, but we must see it as an investment into young people's lives and ask a deeper question about the civilization we want as a people.
And I'd like to come back to you in just a bit to discuss or get from you, how do you think we can encourage young people to really snatch and embrace the opportunities, some of the things that you would have mentioned before, to improve their lives? But before we get to that, I'd just like to switch gears just a bit. We would like to share with you the health sector and what has taken place over the last year.
The health sector received its highest budget allocation in the 2021-2022 budget, receiving a whopping $6.395 billion TT dollars. It represented $345 million more than the previous budget statement in 2020-2021, when it was allocated $6.05 billion. This was in major part due to the pandemic, with Finance Minister Carl Minberg noting in the 2021 statement that government was relying on both domestic and international institutions and markets to finance the extraordinary COVID-19 expenditure. In the last two budget statements, the health sector overtook national security to claim the second highest allocations, only behind education. But with COVID-19 on the decrease, there could be less expenditure on the health sector, especially with recent statements such as this from the WHO.
We're not there yet, but the end is in sight.
And with continued law enforcement initiatives designed to curb criminal activity, coupled with declining numbers of COVID-19 cases, this budget could see national security once again taking that second spot ahead of health. But at least one thing has been confirmed for this budget, the Prime Minister's announcement in August that a special payment would be made.
In the budget coming up, I'm going to instruct the Ministry of Finance to make a separate and special payment to every member who works in the Ministry of Health.
Speaking at Government Spotlight on the Economy in early September, Finance Minister Carl Minberg confirmed that a bonus for these workers would be made.
It's going to cost us $200 million, and we will find the money for that.
And with a possible decrease in expenditure for COVID-19, government may put more emphasis on other sectors.
We want to move on to dealing with a lot of other issues like our blood donation drive, our NCDs, mental health, and so on. So we need to reprioritize and refocus.
But if the pandemic has taught us anything, all governments for that matter must be prepared for any eventuality of possible public health concerns popping up. Sonolala, TTT News.
We'll take a short break and return with more on Budget Perspectives.
TTT wants to hear from you. What would you like to see? Join our online survey and tell us. Click on ttt.live/survey or scan the QR code on the screen to provide feedback on our television programming. We can't wait to hear from you.
The winning numbers in the National Lottery online draws for Monday, 26th September 2022 at 10:30 a.m. Playway, the number 8 Tiger, Mega Bonus Ball called, Mega Ultra Ball called, Mega Extreme Ball called. Pick 2 numbers 32 and 19 in that order. Pick 4 numbers 5, 0, 0, and 5 in that order. At 1 p.m., play away the number 14 money, Mega Ball called, Mega Extreme Ball called. Pick 2 numbers 17 and 29 in that order. Pick 4 numbers 0, 6, 7, and 4 in that order.
Welcome back to Budget Perspectives, and we would like to continue our discussion as it relates to youth development. Just before the break, we were chatting with Mr. Sanatan about his views on youth development. He mentioned some things earlier about some programs that were available to young people, and we'd like to discuss those. How do you think we can get young persons to join these programs, some of which you've mentioned before?
Yes, we have been seeing quite a big uptake by young people in programs. I must admit what the state has done, and through a very simple device, oftentimes through online applications using Google Forms, they have been able to really tap into the interests of young people. At the East Port of Spain Development Company, where I have the privilege to work, we recently launched the Construction Skills Training Program, which guaranteed positions for 76 young people in the program for residents of East Port of Spain. Over 350 people applied for that program. So there's an interest, people apply, people get up, and they ask, they follow up. Now, does everyone have the confidence to do forms online? No. So we have to always have multi-level strategic communications to reach out to as many people as we can. But I would not argue that the state does not recruit people and have numbers or even high levels of subscription in their programs. If to say anything to the contrary would be patently false. What we can see with the level of interest is to say, are we doing enough? And I think that is the question. It's not to say that we produced and there was a high demand and we embrace, but what we understand is the need that exists in the society, and therefore we must do more in order for us to be more. And we need to see that as an investment.
And we're switching gears right now. We'd like to refer to the health package that we would have shown just a little earlier. Dr. Conrad, I'm not too sure if you would have been able to take a look, but some of your views on the health sector over the last year.
Now, certainly we all know that there are some improvements that can be made in the health sector. Now, the health sector in particular was put under a lot of strain during the pandemic. So we know that and of course, I would say that the health sector has demonstrated its ability to perform during the pandemic as well. So we know that there's some hope there. We've seen a number of new hospitals come online, and I'm hopeful that the health sector. Now, interestingly, Barbados in particular has been exploring the idea of health tourism, and they themselves have one major hospital and about 4 private hospitals. So we are here with major hospitals and a number of private institutions. Certainly, it may be something that we can consider with health tourism. That is not something that is far-fetched. A number of countries have introduced the idea and have dealt with it as well. But one thing I wanted to add here is that what I would also like to see is that we must implement some sort of education for sustainable development. And I think that is something that we're missing the mark on. We talk about, investment in agro-processing, which I'm all for. Investment in the, in the small and medium enterprises, I'm all for that. But I think that the general population has to be educated in terms of the importance of supporting local businesses, which would be purchasing local, consuming local goods, eating local produce. I think the population has to be educated in that regard. If that is not done, and we see an increase in output in these different sectors, where will the demand come from? We would have the supply, but the demand. So I think it has to be multifaceted. And as well, in the healthcare system, I think the confidence is there in the healthcare system. A lot of people access the healthcare system. We have the facilities, no doubt. And what we experience in the healthcare system here, not to say that it's right in terms of wait times, that is not something that is germane to Trinidad. So I think that, yes, that there's some things that can be done, but by and large, I think our healthcare system is robust with the requisite investments, continued investment, and maintenance of equipment, which is what we hear some people having challenges with in terms of, having scheduled appointments and then, the equipment may fail, the equipment may not be up to par. So I think that the general maintenance is something that we should consider. But by and large, I think our healthcare system is something that is very robust, and I think that we can continue to invest there with the view to, and I'm sure in studio sitting next to you would say that, yes, within context, with the view to, in the long term, that we would be exploring medical tourism. So we would want to make sure that our health facilities and I can speak to some of these health facilities in particular in the East, are very, very, very good. Even in the far South, the new hospital, you hear the reports from individuals who talk about their experiences there, and you would say, my goodness, I'm really happy to hear that. So I think that, yes, there's a lot of potential there.
And Mr. Remy, we'd like to invite you to the discussion here as it relates to labor. Many things happening on the horizon. Of course, you are free to share your views.
Okay, thanks much again. A lot of things are happening, and interestingly, overnight, we saw the issue with the injunction that was granted by the ministry relative to the tutor issue, which sends a particular signal. I believe strategically, some things need to be done differently, and I'm saying that at the expense of having some of my comments say it differently. But I think we need to revisit our strategies when we deal with industrial relations issues. But I believe, from a labor perspective, that there has to be some level of recognition, and I think one of the panelists said it, that the timing for the subsidy, removal of the subsidy, is very critical, because we are at a juncture where we are offering a 4% increase. But at the same time, we are seeing speculation and we are hearing rumors that the gas prices are going to increase at the pump. Once that is done, then there's going to be a spiral effect on all the other provision of goods and services, which by extension will erode the ability of workers to at least maintain some decent standard of living. And it's something I hope that the Minister of Finance takes into consideration, that in the face that you are adamant that you can only pay 4%, then there are other things that ought to be done to bring some level of redress to the working class. And I want to also take cue from what my sister said relative to the access to funding by workers. It is becoming more difficult with the smaller income that workers have to go to the financial institutions, the banks in particular, because they look at debt service ratio in a very rigid manner, and they make it very difficult for these persons to access funding. And the credit unions are there to provide that, because credit unions have some level of liquidity. The challenge we are having is the issue of the legislative framework that restricts credit unions from giving a particular kind of support to business entities. So you would come in as an individual, you could only lend to members, but a corporate entity can be a member of a credit union, and it restricts us when we start up someone in a small business entity. And when the business expands, they have to go elsewhere to seek funding. So we prepare, to say, the lamb for the slaughter for the big financial institutions, and it's something we would hope that would be redressed and corrected in the legislative regime. That is why I said appropriate funding needs to be placed to the corporating sector, so that we could see the change in the regime and to allow credit unions the space to provide that level of support to small entrepreneurs. Because they come to us to support, we have the access to provide the support, but we are restricted by the legislative regime, which say that we must go to the Commission of Corporation Development for every such loan. And it's something I hope would be addressed in the budget. And I would hope that somewhere along the line, we will start to see a greater focus on when the collective bargaining process takes place with workers. We look at a social wage package that brings some level of relief, things like housing, access to cheaper goods and services to members. If you want them to hold on their current salary levels, then there must be other areas that you could provide buffers that will bring down the cost of living impact that is interfering with their ability to be decent at this time. So those are the expectations I would look for. We had a program that we had put forward to the government some years ago, the Labour Federation, LEAP, Labour Economic Alternative Plan, where we say stimulate economic activity, create employment opportunities, and we will see some level of economic activity funneling through the economy so that it will give people a little space. Even if you can't increase salaries, you increase employment. And by increasing employment, economic activity will boom, and you will see the smaller, all those industries building up on things, particularly with the closure of Petrotrin. I live in South, and the fence line industries have been severely impacted, and they have not recovered from that shock of the loss of Petrotrin. There was no alternative. So if you want to do these things, then you should have plans for what are the alternatives if we have to remove these things from the landscape. So I would hope that some serious policy shifts take place, and we look at how do we bring about redress, one, for the working class person, to allow them to at least get some value for their dollar, and to provide the cooperative sector with that level of support for the working class by easing the legislative regime to allow them to do greater lending for small entrepreneurs.
Thank you, Mr. Remy. And we'd like to stick a pin just very briefly here in our discussion as we take a look at the last year for the agriculture sector.
During the last budget, $1.249 billion out of a total $52.4 billion was allocated to agriculture, with a supplementary $120 million allocated during the mid-year review. Agricultural consultant Riyad Mohammed said his hope is that the sector is given more in the next budget presentation. He says this will further the growing calls for farmers to produce more quality, safe, nutritious produce and livestock and drive innovative sector initiatives.
What we need support with is public-private policies to ensure that these businesses that we have really reach our full potential. So continued grant support, I wouldn't say easier loan access, but I would say more available loan access. We need to have all parties on board to really drive the sector home.
At the recent Spotlight on the Economy 2022, hosted by the Ministry of Finance, Minister Colin Imbert stated that funding will be made available for persons within the agricultural sector.
There's no issue in my view in terms of making funding available to the Ministry of Agriculture. What we need to work on is the ministry accessing that funding and implementing projects.
The agriculture sector in this country is a growing one, and with added expectations, Mr. Mohammed mentioned several issues which need to be addressed, including the issue of wastage, increased cold storage facilities, pre-deal larceny, a national seed bank, and up-to-date data collection systems. One suggestion is the establishment of a marketing agency for livestock farmers.
The crop farmers will have the NAMDEFCO support, but the livestock farmers have nobody. They have no national board or no statutory board to really lobby on their behalf, or no team of experts to really push that agenda going forward.
Mr. Mohammed said a local culture shift is also necessary to ensure that the population and the region fully benefits from growing and eating local. Ayana Carter, TTT News.
And Mr. Remy would have shared with us a whole number of views and his expectations concerning the labour sector. Mr. Pemberton, I'm not too sure if you got all of it, but of course you are free to share with us your views on what Mr. Remy would have mentioned.
Yeah, I want to touch on 2 points that Mr. Remy mentioned in terms of access to finance, for example, in the agricultural sector, and how do employees who have left their jobs or been dismissed from their jobs go into small enterprises. I agree with the reformation of the Credit Union Act. I chair a credit union as well, and we have excess liquidity, and we'd love to invest, but we are so restricted by what we could invest in that you turn down many opportunities. Trinidad has a lot of excess liquidity, and whilst we only go to banks for debt, there are other mechanisms you could borrow money, not say borrow, attract capital. It could be equity and quasi-equity. And I think we need to look at that because a small firm just may not be able to borrow money just based on the balance sheet itself. Looking at other what you call capital market structures or the ability to raise that funding is going to increase activity. I think the government has a role in enabling that environment. I believe there are a lot of private investors who are willing to invest. And I believe, for example, we should set up a lot more what you call private equity funds led by various institutions that focus on key sectors, whether it be agriculture, which I think is a high growth opportunity. The challenges faced, I think, are easy to overcome by creating the enabling environment, whether it be cold storage. Larceny is a big one, how we deal with security issues and the cost of that. And the government has a role to play in creating that enabling environment. I believe they set up like a Moruga, agri center. Things or hubs like that are secure will become important, and a key focus will be on that. The other big area to focus on is not just food security for the country, but food security for the region as well. How do you export that and earn foreign exchange? Because that is going to become a big enabler as well for small farmers to earn foreign exchange to actually buy the products they need, whether it be seeds, whether it be fertilizer, or those sort of things. That's going to be important. How we do it, I think a bold move needs to be made to reform the Credit Union Act and to reform what I call the Insurance Act, to allow these companies to invest in startup companies and those type of companies. And I think with a bold move like that, you could unlock potentially billions of dollars into the economy to drive business. But some folks will say, people take the money and run and so on. You have to have the right corporate governance structures so individuals who take the money are held accountable. They do return money to dividends or whatever the case is. They don't buy cars and they take the money and use it what it's used for. That culture has to be built as well so that people trust when they put money into someone's business that is used for that purpose. But again, that's training, upskilling, and enabling them to have the tools to account for that money properly. I think over the next couple of years, the more we do that and the more unlock that capital, we will stop complaining about borrowing money, but accessing a different type of funding, which for startups and for small businesses are more required than debt. As you grow, then you'll be able to handle that, in my view. Yeah.
And in terms of agriculture, diversification, you hear those terms being bandied about a lot. What are your views on those?
We have a lot of arable land. We have water. Believe it or not, we have a massive drought issue globally. And we have intellectual capacity to grow various types of crops. The challenges faced, as the young gentleman on the show said, larceny, cold storage, seedlings, those sort of things. We need to create that enabling environment, whether that's the government or private sector. How do we do that, right? Because in a lot of cases, I'm of view, we rely solely on government, and other sectors just wait on government. Why don't we be more proactive? Why don't we push the envelope and say, this is exactly what we want for capital? Let's not go to the banks, How do we create that impetus to make that change, right? I don't have all the answers, but we need a greater push for these and not just be asking. The government, I see, has a key enabling role. The hubs, maybe something that should be pursued. I know they built one in Moruga. I can't remember the name of it, but maybe create multiple hubs throughout the country to facilitate farmers, provide cold storage, all these things, right? And maybe that's where that should go and create that, because they share the cost. If I'm a farmer, I may not want to invest in all the cold storage, but if 10 of us have common cold storage, the cost comes down. Those things need to be done fairly quickly. Yeah.
And Dr. Conrad, we'd like to welcome you back to the conversation, and we will like to stick with the agriculture and diversification. Of course, a mouthful has been said. Your views on the matter?
In terms of agriculture, yes, absolutely. As a matter of fact, our food import bill right now is about $1.6 billion. So we can do a lot by way of improving the agricultural sector in terms of increasing production, which would address some of our issues. And one of the pillars in the roadmap to recovery, one of the pillars is that food security issue. And so we can continue to work towards food security. Now, I was looking through my notes from the budget that was presented last year. And in the section that dealt with agriculture, the minister pointed to the issue of land tenure. And that has been the bane of the agricultural sector, which is land tenure. Because without the land tenure and the I think what they call it, some sort of letter or certificate of comfort for the land that they occupy, then they will continue to have challenges in terms of securing the financing to be able to purchase or secure the equipment that is needed to ramp up production. Now, the question about agriculture is not necessarily the agricultural production, but the ability of the farmers to ramp up the production and scale up production to the extent that it can supply food for our nation. The land is there, yes, and we need to move away from the thinking that agriculture is necessarily the use of land. We have agriculture that can take place going up in high-rise units where we can use hydroponics. Not necessarily hydroponics. We have resilient agricultural practices is what we need to be thinking about. Given the amount of flooding we've seen in recent times, we need to think about not just agriculture, but resilient agriculture, in that not just farming on the land, because that can lead to loss of crop. And when we have loss of crop, that increases the prices significantly. But if we think about resilient agriculture, which is a different type of agricultural practice, then we would see that during disasters or floods, we would not see that type of loss of crop, which would lead to price increases. But yes.
And we would like to just let you know that, I'm so sorry to cut across, but the Minister of Finance is in the House of Representatives. This afternoon's budget presentation for 2022-2023 is about to be presented in the House of Representatives. We'd like to thank all of our guests for joining us. Have a good afternoon.
For fiscal 2023, the 8th budget of this PNM administration. Let me state at the outset, Madam Speaker, that it is my intention to focus in this budget statement on matters of a fiscal nature and selected areas of government activity, in particular the productive sector. In areas where I do not go into detail, my ministerial colleagues will elaborate in their contributions. No reasonable person, Madam Speaker, would dispute the fact that the last 7 years have been particularly challenging for us financially as a country. This government has been confronted by many difficult financial shocks since 2015. In our first year, we were faced with the adverse macroeconomic impact of an extraordinary collapse in oil and gas prices, which began in 2014 and accelerated in 2016. To illustrate what we were faced with, in January 2016, the daily spot price of West Texas Intermediate, or WTI, crude oil reached its lowest point in 13 years of $26 per barrel, after averaging over $95 per barrel during the period 2011 to 2014. In that year, because of that oil price collapse, we lost $12 billion in energy sector revenue, or 21% of the annual revenue earned in the previous year. By the following year, because of depressed oil and gas prices and the effect of tax concessions given to oil companies in the 2010 to 2015 period, we had lost $21 billion in annual revenue, or 37% of the revenue in 2015. By then, annual revenue had shrunk from $57.3 billion in 2015 to $36.2 billion in 2017. Expenditure, on the other hand, had grown from $46.7 billion in 2010 to $61.9 billion in 2014, or by 34%. Expenditure in 2015 was similar at $60 billion. So, we were faced with a previous national expenditure pattern of $60 billion a year, with a revenue of $36 billion, a difference of $24 billion. We were given a lot of advice, Madam Speaker, by local professionals when we first came in, much of which was unrealistic, such as the recommendation that we immediately devalue the TT dollar by 33%, making our currency 10 to 1 to the US dollar. We were told if we did not do this, our foreign reserves would evaporate in less than 2 years. However, we did not follow that advice. And 7 years later, we still have US $6.8 billion in reserves, or over 8 months of import cover. For us in the PNM government, Madam Speaker, all a devaluation would have done is to make windfall profits for those who hoard US dollars overseas, create industrial strife with demands for huge wage increases to match the extent of the devaluation, and create hardship for ordinary citizens. It would not have magically created a new source of additional foreign exchange, as some would have us believe. Another impractical recommendation was that we should cut expenditure to match revenue, that is, to $36 billion. And we were told that if we did not do this, we would have to go cap in hand to the IMF as the lender of last resort. We did not follow that advice either. And unlike some of our Caribbean neighbors, we are not and will not be under this government in an IMF program. Indeed, if we had followed those two recommendations, the cost of living would have risen astronomically, and we would have had to retrench thousands of public servants and remove subsidies from all public goods and services, thus putting severe pressure on our citizens and destabilizing our economy. It is important for me to remind people that these were the alternatives to what we have done. So when you judge us, just remember what we chose to do compared to the other options that were available. In fiscal 2016, therefore, we prepared our own path. Instead of the 40% cut in expenditure we were told to make, we reduced expenditure by as much as was feasible, by $7 billion, or 13.4%, and then carefully managed the allocation of resources. To protect our population and economy, we adopted a firm policy to keep public servants in jobs and to maintain the stability of our currency. Subsequently, in March 2020, just as our economy was recovering from the external oil price shock, we were confronted by the global health and economic crises arising from the COVID-19 virus. In 2020, the price of oil had plummeted from US $64 a barrel in January of 2020 to US $18 per barrel at the beginning of April 2020. And then, on April the 20th, 2020, as governments around the world closed businesses and suspended air travel due to the COVID-19 pandemic, the price of the main US oil benchmark, WTI, fell from US $18 a barrel past zero to end the day at minus 37, the first time oil prices had ever turned negative. Oil prices remained in the doldrums for months after that, requiring our national oil production company, Heritage Petroleum, to store the oil it produced until oil prices recovered. Otherwise, Heritage would have lost money on every barrel it sold. Those were challenging times. However, we persevered, and despite these serious financial and economic challenges, we have ensured for the last 7 years, even in the darkest days of the COVID-19 pandemic, that over 90,000 persons in the public service have kept their jobs and have been paid their salaries on time every month, and over 50,000 more workers in the wider state sector have been kept whole. Madam Speaker, I wish to express my deep appreciation to all those who have invested their time and effort to share their ideas and views on the macroeconomic and social agenda required over the past 7 years, including for this 2023 budget. I value those representations, many of which have informed our budget policies over the years. Our 2023 budget is designed to build on our resilience and facilitate a broad-based revival of the economy. It will encompass all sectors and all segments of the economy. It will strengthen business continuity and growth and drive our digitization program while assisting the poor and vulnerable. We have been steadfast and resolute in adhering to the principles set out in our public policy agenda. My fiscal 2023 budget theme, therefore, is tenacity and stability in the face of global challenges. At this time, I wish to acknowledge the outstanding performance of the staff at the Ministry of Finance. They have always risen to the challenges, including those posed by many external shocks to our economy. They have worked beyond the call of duty as they formulated the public policy responses to the COVID-19 pandemic. On many occasions over the last 7 years, we did not know where to find the money to pay salaries at the end of the month. But unlike other countries in the Caribbean, we have managed to do this every single month for the last 84 months without having to retrench public servants. To be able to do this, the government had to engage in significant borrowings of more than $30 billion. Even now, there are experts who advise that the nation's biggest problem is our public debt and debt profile. Some of them even speak gloomily of us entering the debt trap, meaning that we need to be mindful all along of our ability or inability to repay debt. As a competent and responsible government, we do not dismiss or disregard these warnings, but we use borrowings judiciously as a tool to preserve the gains that we have made and the jobs that we have, while at the same time supporting a development program. This budget 2023 has been prepared in the context of the continuing presence of COVID-19 and its many variants, within which lives and livelihoods are being rebalanced in an uncertain global economy. 2.5 years have now elapsed since COVID-19 was declared a pandemic by the World Health Organization. All countries, advanced, emerging, and developing, were forced to face two adverse challenges simultaneously: saving lives and protecting livelihoods. Madam Speaker, as of last week, the total number of confirmed cases of COVID-19 worldwide was more than 600 million, with global deaths in excess of 6.5 million. In Trinidad and Tobago, as of last week, the total number of confirmed cases had just crossed 182,000, of which over 173,000 had recovered, with 4,195 deaths and approximately 4,300 active cases. That is almost 200,000 people who have had a confirmed experience of the infection, with several thousand families facing the ultimate loss through death. Over the last 3 months, we have recognized an upward trend in the number of confirmed COVID-19 cases, but we have not seen any significant increase in the vaccine uptake, which remains at 51% of the population. This notwithstanding, over 716,000 persons in Trinidad and Tobago have been fully vaccinated. I wish to take this opportunity to extend my condolences to all the families who have lost their loved ones to the virus. I wish also to acknowledge the sacrifices of health sector workers whose call to public duty ensured that proper and adequate care was always given to all those who fell under their charge and responsibility, although they worked in direct contact with the virus. Accordingly, it is a fitting tribute to their exemplary and heroic performance that I have acted on the instructions of the Prime Minister, Dr. the Honorable Keith Rowley, to allocate the sum of $210 million in the estimates of expenditure for fiscal 2023 as a special payment to be distributed to health workers in Trinidad and Tobago. This will involve ex gratia payments to over 20,000 health workers. Madam Speaker, while highly transmissible, the latest subvariant of the virus is not leading to a drastic spike in hospitalizations and deaths. The good news, based on the science, is that the virus is evolving and losing its virulence, as predicted. Our citizens are now adjusting and learning to live with COVID-19 similar to other countries. Most COVID-19 restrictions and protocols have now been lifted, with a few remaining restrictions within the health sector, among others. As we adapt to the new environment, I wish to renew our call to citizens to continue to take the necessary precautions. Those vaccinated should access the boosters as required, and those unvaccinated, including those who have had infections, should also take immediate steps to become vaccinated. Increasing the fully vaccinated ratio above the current 51% is a collective responsibility and will greatly assist in securing a lasting recovery from COVID-19. On our part, the government will continue to make vaccines available at health centers throughout the country to all those who wish to get them. Madam Speaker, we recognized very early that the pandemic would seriously disrupt economic activity, with sharp declines in growth and the possible emergence of a financial crisis. We needed to act decisively. If we had not done so, the disruption in credit flows from the financial system would have left households and businesses in dire straits with associated production and labor losses. A package of fiscal stimulus programs supported by monetary accommodation was therefore quickly implemented, which enable us to protect the most vulnerable and to keep the economy running. This targeted support and the stabilization of the financial system served to mitigate the social impact of the crisis and laid the foundation for economic recovery. The 2022 budget statement gave details of our fiscal stimulus package, including social grants and business support measures. That statement also itemized the series of measures adopted by the central bank aimed at providing stability to the financial system and supporting the flow of credit to the economy, which achieved the desired result. There is thus no need for me to repeat those details in this statement. The COVID-19 relief and support measures we implemented from 2020 to 2022, combined with the phased and eventual resumption of business activity and the global economic recovery, paved the way for recovery in all economic sectors. Indeed, the economy, which had contracted sharply by 7.4% in 2020 because of COVID-19, stabilized in 2021 with a marginal contraction of 1%. In the first quarter of 2022, after the usual post-Christmas decline in consumption, and without a boost from full-scale carnival activities, there was nominal contraction in real terms of 0.1%. But the preliminary second quarter data is very encouraging, and our economy is projected to recover with real GDP growth of 2% for the full year. And within this growth, real progress is being observed in several non-energy areas of the economy, such as trade and repairs, food and beverages, information and communication, financial services, and real estate, among others. Specifically, we are seeing growth of 18% in food and beverages, 15% in transportation and storage, 9% in trade and repairs, and overall increases in accommodation and food services and the wider services sector. In addition, it is noteworthy that our nominal GDP has grown by 34% since 2020, from 142 billion in 2020 to an estimated 190 billion in 2022, which will have a very positive effect on our debt to GDP ratio and our per capita GDP. Our per capita GDP has increased from US 15,000 in September 2020 to US 19,500 in September 2022, and is now among the highest in the region. It is expected to reach US 20,000 by the end of 2022. And it should be noted that our per capita GDP is higher now than it was in 2015, 7 years ago. Our nominal GDP is the highest it has been since we became an independent country in 1962, 60 years ago. The adjusted general government debt to GDP ratio has decreased from 81% in 2020 to a projected 70% in 2022, now among the lowest in the region. I turn now to the global economy. Madam Speaker, notwithstanding the positive developments in the local economy, the recovery of the global economy in 2021 has been followed by negative developments in 2022, with the global economic outlook becoming increasingly uncertain. As stated by the Conference Board, a leading global business association, headwinds to global growth are expected to increase in the coming quarters. Global leading indicators point to weakening momentum, and global purchasing manager indices are sliding and nearing contractionary territory. Indeed, some analysts now expect mild recessions to occur in the US and Europe later in 2022 and into early 2023. A US recession may be induced by aggressive monetary policy tightening in response to elevated inflation, and a recession in Europe will reflect surging energy prices and rationing. China may escape recession, but is expected to experience weaker than usual growth in 2022 due to repeated lockdowns, a housing correction, and weakening external growth, and is expected to see only a modest recovery in 2023. The International Monetary Fund forecast for global growth is now 3.2% in 2022 and 2.9% in 2023, significantly less than the 6.1% in 2021. The consensus is that substantial risks to the global outlook remain. The war in Ukraine will continue to create instability in commodity markets, and inflation could prove much more difficult to reduce than originally thought. Tighter global financial conditions could induce debt distress in emerging markets and developing economies, and geopolitical tensions and fragmentation could impede global trade and cooperation. Consequently, Madam Speaker, we in Trinidad and Tobago need to continue to be careful, since a global recession will lead to lower oil and gas prices, which means reduced revenue for Trinidad and Tobago, and will cause instability in financial markets, resulting in losses in equity holdings. Just the mere talk of a possible recession or a strong US dollar can cause oil prices to tumble, as we have seen within the last few days. In the same way that talk of war, economic growth, or supply disruptions cause immediate spikes in oil prices. Turning now to the domestic economy. As an oil and gas-based economy, our fortunes have been impacted by the external shocks which have hit the world economy in recent years. While there can be no dispute that we must diversify, and we are doing so, as evidenced by the fact that the non-oil sector now contributes over 50% of our GDP, it is a fallacy for people to insist that we should not focus on enhancing and strengthening our oil, gas, and petrochemical sectors. Those who say that we should abandon oil and gas are not living in the real world, since this has been the mainstay of our economy for the last 50 years and will be a cornerstone of our economy for years to come. Our economic development plans must take care of both the oil and non-oil sectors, therefore. And to maintain our revenue and growth, we must make every effort to boost oil and gas production in the short to medium term. To summarize our recent situation, firstly, in 2020, the oil industry was hammered, forcing oil prices to go negative for the first time on record. The value of our oil exports fell considerably. But by July 2020, oil prices began to rebound as countries emerged from lockdowns associated with the tight COVID-19 restrictions. The Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries, OPEC, had also agreed to major cuts in oil production. By the end of 2020, optimism relating to the planned rollout of multiple COVID-19 vaccines supported the oil market, and oil prices recovered to US $50 per barrel. This low price, however, was insufficient to support our $50 billion annual expenditure at the time without significant deficit financing. The second external shock, the invasion by Russia of Ukraine in February 2022, heightened the supply constraints already affecting the global economy because of COVID-19. Commodity prices escalated, but this time, this external shock was in our favor. Buoyant oil prices have since persisted throughout 2022. They have on average stood at US $100 per barrel, only recently dropping to the US $90 level. Petrochemical prices have also escalated in our favor, with the price of ammonia increasing by 300% in 1 year, and the price of urea increasing by 100%. The price of methanol has also increased significantly over the last 2 years. Henry Hub natural gas prices, which had crashed and reached as low as US $1.63 per MMBTU in June 2020, at the start of the pandemic, began an upward trend in 2021 and have remained at elevated levels following the Ukraine war, exceeding US $9 per MMBTU in early September 2022 and still close to US $7 per MMBTU today. Madam Speaker, these elevated prices are coinciding with our efforts to increase oil and gas production through several major oil and gas projects. I am advised by the Ministry of Energy and Energy Industries that natural gas production has stabilized and the decline in production which began in 2020 has been reversed. I am further advised that gas production has increased significantly since May 2022 and is now close to 2.9 million standard cubic feet per day. I am advised that we will end the year with an average production of 2.75 million standard cubic feet of gas per day, and barring unforeseen circumstances, this is expected to increase to just under 3 million standard cubic feet of gas per day in 2023. Allow me to share with you some details of upstream projects, primarily gas projects, which came on stream in 2021 and brightened our production prospects. In June 2021, BPTT announced the installation of the topsides of its Cassia C project, enabling the production of low-pressure gas and maximizing recovery from existing resources. In July 2021, Shell announced the start of production in the Barracuda field with 140 million standard cubic feet of gas per day. In August 2021, the National Gas Company signed a consolidated gas contract with Methanol Holdings Trinidad Limited, guaranteeing important domestic gas supply. In August 2021, NGC and Evolving Technologies and Enterprise Development, ETEC, signed an engineering, procurement and construction contract for the supply of natural gas pipeline infrastructure. In September 2021, BPTT confirmed that its Matapal project achieved first gas ahead of schedule and under budget. In November 2021, Touchstone Exploration announced a new light oil discovery in its Royston 1 exploration well. In November 2021, Shell and the government signed a 25-year production sharing contract to develop and produce natural gas from the Manatee field, with expected production to begin in 2025 with 350 million standard cubic feet per day and a peak of 700 million standard cubic feet per day. And in December 2021, Touchstone Exploration announced significant oil discoveries at its onshore Royston 1 exploration well. For 2022 and beyond, the story is also quite promising. Shell achieved the first output from its Colibri project in early 2022, the Kasra field, Block 22, at the end of March, and the Orchid field, NCMA4, in April. Peak production rates are approximately 250 million standard cubic feet per day. De Novo, with an investment of US $46 million, commenced production in its Zandoli field in July 2022. Touchstone, with an investment of US $85 million, anticipates first output from the Coho and Cascadura fields in the Ottawa block before the end of 2022. Development of the Royston field is now expected online by 2023. In addition, the company has further plans to drill 3 exploration wells in the Ottawa block. BPTT expects to achieve maximum output rates from its Matapal project by 2023, after production came online ahead of schedule in September 2021. The company's Cassia Sea compression facility, which is anticipated to increase the volume of recoverable natural gas reserves from the Cannonball, Immortelle, Mango, Serret, and Angeline fields, is expected online in the latter part of 2022. BPTT also has several projects scheduled to come on stream over the 2023 to 2024 period, including its extended feed development and infill drilling programs and its development projects. In addition, Madam Speaker, very importantly, BPTT has just publicly confirmed that it will be proceeding with the development of its Cipra offshore gas project, which will be BPTT's third subsea development. It will include 7 wells and subsea trees tied back into BP's Juniper platform. Drilling is expected to commence in 2023, with gas coming on stream in 2025. It is expected to deliver 250 to 300 million standard cubic feet of gas per day. This decision, which followed the recent meetings of Prime Minister Dr. Keith Rowley, BP CEO Bernard Looney, and incoming president for BPTT, David Campbell, in London, where they discussed accelerating the sanction for this project, is a very positive development with far-reaching consequences for Trinidad and Tobago. BPTT also signed a new gas supply contract last week with the National Gas Company, securing future gas supply for NGC for our important petrochemical sector. EOG anticipates first output from its Osprey West project at the end of 2022, and Phase 1 of Osprey East in 2023. Production from Phase 2 of Osprey East projects in its Southeast Coast Consortium block and the Mento block, a joint venture with BPTT, is projected to come on stream over the medium term. The company also plans to drill a total of 6 wells, 3 exploratory and 3 development wells, for the Osprey East and West projects within the next year. To execute works for the Osprey East Development Project, EOG plans to invest approximately US $234 million between 2022 and 2023. Moreover, an investment of around US $555 million is expected to be made for the Mento Field Development Project during 2023 to 2026. The Ministry of Energy and Energy Industries has also instituted a series of competitive bidding rounds over the 2021 to 2022 period. The 2021 Deepwater Competitive Bid Round was launched on December the 3rd, 2021. At the close of the bid round on June the 2nd, 2022, 4 bids were received for blocks 23B, 25A, 25B, and 27 from a consortium comprising BP Exploration Operating Company and BG International Limited, which is a subsidiary of Shell. The 2022 onshore and nearshore competitive bid round followed the deepwater bid round. The round with 11 onshore and nearshore blocks was launched in July 2022 and will close in January 2023. The 2022 shallow water competitive bid round will be launched before the end of 2022. At least 20 open shallow water blocks are being considered for inclusion in this bid round. The government is also advancing its policy goal for including renewable energy in the electricity supply mix. The development of a 112 megawatt solar photovoltaic project at a cost of US $124 million is at an advanced stage of negotiation with a consortium of Lightsource Renewable Global Development Limited, Shell Trinidad and Tobago Limited, and BP Alternative Energy Trinidad and Tobago Limited. I'm advised that construction of this solar energy plant is expected to begin in early 2023. We are also pursuing a broad mix of projects in our energy transition strategy. A feed-in tariff policy is being developed to facilitate residential and commercial renewable energy generation and contribute to the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions. A renewable energy policy is being developed for Trinidad and Tobago, bearing in mind our carbon emissions commitment and the target of 30% renewable energy by 2030. A low-carbon hydrogen industry is being developed, with green or blue hydrogen being a carbon-neutral alternative, which can be used as feedstock for petrochemical production. Phase 1 of this project involves National Energy establishing a pilot facility. National Energy partnered with the Inter-American Development Bank and KBR in 2021 to 2022 to complete a feasibility study on the establishment of a green hydrogen industry in Trinidad and Tobago. And the Piarco International Airport solar grant-funded project will generate 800 kilowatts. Solar energy systems are also being installed in remote communities and solar LED lights in play parks and basketball courts. We are continuing, Madam Speaker, to pursue diversification within the local energy sector itself, with several future projects now under active consideration, such as the methanol to polyolefins project by the Alkene Development Company of Trinidad and Tobago. This project, with expected overall capital expenditure of US $1.5 billion, aims to establish facilities to produce polyethylene and polypropylene resins. The aluminum ingot processing project is intended to create a new energy-based manufacturing industry without significant gas requirements. Products would include electrical cables and cold roll sheets made from aluminum. Capital expenditure on this project will be approximately US $685 million. The Alternative Marine Fuels Project will establish bunkering facilities to provide alternative fuels, namely methanol and LNG, to vessels at Point Lisas Industrial Estate and Brighton ports. The proposal involves 3 phases. Phase 1 starting with the implementation of bunkering facilities at either Chaguaramas or Brighton, Phase 2 at Point Lisas or Port of Spain, and Phase 3, which is an expansion to Phase 2. Phase 1 is estimated to cost US $3.5 million, while Phase 2 is expected to cost between US $7 million and US $13 million. Currently, a technical and pre-feasibility study is being performed with Methanex to explore the viability of using methanol as an alternative fuel for marine and road transport in Trinidad and Tobago. Madam Speaker, we are taking a balanced approach to determining possible changes to the country's oil and gas tax regime as it pertains to the upstream energy sector. To incentivize new production, particularly new oil production, we have decided in the first instance to adjust our supplemental petroleum tax regime to motivate oil companies to produce more oil. Over the next 3 months, we will also be looking at adjustments to other energy taxes, again to motivate the oil companies to increase production. I'll provide further details in the fiscal measures. I now wish to share with this Honorable House some of the key economic and financial data emerging in 2022. As I said before, our real gross domestic product, GDP, is expected to grow by 2% in 2022. This should be compared to the estimated real GDP growth for the United States for 2022, which is now estimated to come in at 1.4%, with real growth in the U.S. slowing to 0.3% in 2023. In fact, the GDP data for the United States for the first half of 2022 suggests that the U.S. economy was either in or on the cusp of a recession. Secondly, nominal GDP, as I said before, is expected to grow to $190.7 billion in 2022, or $25.4 billion more than the latest revised GDP figure of $165.3 billion for 2021, using the most recent data published by the Central Statistical Office, an increase of 15.3% in 1 year. The GDP in 2022 is also $48.5 billion more than the GDP for 2020, an increase of 34% in 2 years. It is noteworthy that our conservative Ministry of Finance estimate of GDP for 2021 in our last budget was $151 billion, but it is now confirmed using the CSO's recently published data to actually be $165.3 billion. The economic performance in 2021 was therefore better than we had previously assumed. The fiscal deficit for 2022 has been reduced to $2.43 billion, or 1.3% of GDP in 2022, down from the originally expected deficit of $9.1 billion, or 5.8% of GDP, at the time the 2022 budget was read in October 2021. Expenditure in fiscal 2022 is now estimated at $54.07 billion and revenue at $51.64 billion. This represents an increase of $8.31 billion in revenue in 2022 over the original estimates. I must stress, however, Madam Speaker, because it appears that some commentators either do not understand or they pretend not to understand that despite our significantly improved revenue in 2022, we will still have a fiscal deficit in 2022 and 2023, and we must still contend with a high level of debt servicing. So, there is no great amount of surplus money in 2022 or 2023 to throw around, as some would have us believe. With better revenues, we are simply able to better manage our debt financing and overdraft, reduce our fiscal deficit, improve our cash flow, and address long outstanding arrears of payments to suppliers of goods and services. By way of example, we were able to pay out $4 billion in VAT refunds in 2022, significantly more than originally planned. However, it is noteworthy that if we did not have to cater for spending well over $1 billion in subsidizing fuel in fiscal 2022, or make a deposit into the Heritage and Stabilization Fund of another $1 billion, which is counted as expenditure, revenue and expenditure would have been in balance in 2022. Compare this performance to India, which is expected to record a fiscal deficit of 6.5% of GDP in 2022, or Italy, with an estimated budget deficit of 5.6% of GDP in 2022. Closer to home, Colombia is expecting a budget deficit in excess of 5% of GDP in 2022, and Panama has an estimated deficit of 4% of GDP. Indeed, our deficit of 1.3% of GDP in 2023 is a far cry from 2021, when we recorded a fiscal deficit of 13.7 billion, or 9.1% of GDP. As a result of global events and the fact that much of our food and manufactured goods are imported, inflation, which was kept at bay during the pre-COVID years at the very low level of 1%, has been trending upwards to 4.7% in 2022. However, this rate is significantly below the rate of inflation of 9.8% in emerging and developing countries, the 8.6% inflation rate in the euro area, the 8.3% inflation rate in the United States, and the 9.8% inflation rate in the United Kingdom. And at a sub-regional level, as of June 2022, the economies of South America had an inflation rate of 8.8%. Inflation in Central America and Mexico was 7.5%, and the rest of the English-speaking Caribbean averaged 7.3%. Notably, the inflation rate in Barbados in July 2022 was 11.2%. Although we continue to be engaged in financing important programs such as road repairs and the purchase of pharmaceuticals through state enterprises at the level of the central government, we have not had the need to engage in new direct borrowing since December 2021. This aside, we have more than adequate access, if the need arises, to preferentially priced loans from the Development Bank of Latin America, CAF, the IDB, the CDB, the International Capital Market, and the domestic banking market, among other sources of financing. As I said before, our debt-to-GDP ratio has been reduced from over 80% in September 21 to 70% in September 22, to the surprise of the prophets of doom and gloom. In fact, based on our current borrowing and repayment schedule, we expect no significant increase in our total government debt in the 12-month period between December 2021 and December 2022, or in our debt-to-GDP ratio, the first time this will have occurred in many, many years. To stimulate growth and maintain economic momentum by increasing expenditure on our public sector investment program, now at $6.2 billion in 2023, which is where it counts, we have set a new soft debt-to-GDP limit of 75% for the next 2 years, which is well below the ratio of most countries in the world. Our premier record as a country which has never defaulted on its public debt remains intact, in contrast to other countries in the region who have found it impossible to honor their debts over the years. The current account of the balance of payments is anticipated to record a surplus of more than $4 billion in 2022. Net official foreign reserves as of August 2022 stood at US $6.8 billion, representing 8.5 months of import cover, well above the international benchmark of 3 months. As a result of higher than expected oil and gas prices, we have deposited US $163 million, or 1.1 billion Trinidad dollars, into the Heritage and Stabilization Fund for intergenerational benefit. Inflows of foreign exchange from the oil and gas sector for the first 8 months of calendar 2022 were US $1.9 billion, or US $1.33 billion more than the same period in 2021. Madam Speaker, we're encouraged by the July 2022 decision of the International Credit Rating, S&P Global Ratings, to revise our outlook from negative to stable and to maintain our credit rating at investment grade BBB-. We understand this credit rating is reflective of the basic strength of the country's economy, as well as its prospective developments and its resiliency from multiple shocks. We recognize that this is the first time over the last 15 years that S&P Global Ratings has taken a positive rating action on Trinidad and Tobago. First time in 15 years. In the current situation facing the world economy, with multiple cases of economic and financial distress, negative outlooks and credit rating downgrades are the norm rather than the exception. And as such, we are now recognized as being in a favorable position. We remain an attractive location for investors, hence the ready availability of credit from international banks and multilateral institutions. As S&P puts it, higher prices for oil, gas, and petrochemicals will spur an economic recovery in Trinidad and Tobago and strengthen economic resilience. The recovery is expected to lead to strong government revenue growth and more rapid fiscal consolidation. The outlook on Trinidad and Tobago is revised to stable from negative, and its ratings are affirmed, including the BBB, long-term sovereign credit rating on the country. The stable outlook reflects their expectations that high prices of key exports will more than offset the impact of lower than expected energy production, returning the economy to growth after 6 years of contraction and helping to stabilize debt to GDP metrics. Turn now to institutional building. Madam Speaker, building and strengthening a mix of institutions has always been a policy objective of all PNM administrations, given the importance of their impact on growth, development, and prosperity. Indeed, the first institution established shortly after achieving independence status in 1962 was the Central Bank of Trinidad and Tobago. Its strong governance and technocratic structure has provided this country with almost 6 decades of financial and currency stability. Thereafter, we established, among others, in 1981, the Trinidad and Tobago Stock Exchange, in 1982, the Trinidad and Tobago Unit Trust Corporation, and in 1995, the Trinidad and Tobago Securities and Exchange Commission. The trust and confidence of our citizens in these institutions has ensured increasing levels of savings and investments, which are important for our growth and development. We have now embarked on the formation of new public institutions, such as the Trinidad and Tobago Revenue Authority. After more than a decade of technical work and stakeholder consultations, the Trinidad and Tobago Revenue Authority, TTRA, was finally established with the passage of the Trinidad and Tobago Revenue Authority Act in 2021. The TTRA has begun to build out its governance structure following the partial proclamation of certain sections of the Act in March 2022. We appointed a strong board of management in June 2022, and we envisage that the TTRA will be operational in 2023. With an improved revenue administration combining the operations of the Inland Revenue and the Customs and Excise Division. One of the board's priorities will be fulfillment of the legislative requirement to submit to the Minister of Finance within 6 months of appointment a strategic plan and operational plan for moving the TTRA forward. The board has engaged a strategic advisor and is working assiduously towards this objective. And I fully expect to have the strategic and operational plans in hand within the stipulated time frame. Once received and approved, the board will have a clear roadmap for effecting the long-awaited operationalization of the TTRA. Another key initiative of the board that is ongoing is the recruitment of a Director General who would lead the merged entity and be integral to the smooth transition to the TTRA. We expect that this key corporate officer will be selected by the end of 2022. The board is also working on establishing the information technology and communication systems that will form the operational platform for the authority, and is working with other state agencies to create the infrastructure and systems needed to maximize the collection of taxes in a fair manner for the benefit of the entire country. Further, in preparation for meeting the revenue collection standards of the TTRA, the Inland Revenue Division has been implementing several agreed-upon solutions to address the range of weaknesses identified in a Tax Administrative Diagnostic Tool Assessment, or TADAT report, undertaken by the International Monetary Fund some years ago. We are heartened to learn that the efficiency gains in tax collection driven by the TADAT-derived solutions could amount to additional revenue of at least 1% of GDP, or $2 billion in its first year of operation. The Gambling Control Commission. Madam Speaker, following the partial proclamation in June 2021 of sections of the Gambling, Gaming and Betting Control Act, we took steps to operationalize the Gambling Control Commission. We have appointed the Board of Commissioners who have begun their work to recruit staff, procure information technology to support compliance and tax collection, procure and outfit physical accommodation, design business processes, commence specialized training of staff, and develop their strategic plan. The Commission is also in the process of finalizing the draft regulations for the gaming and gambling industry to provide the required oversight and define the policy for the regulation of the gaming and betting sector. We will undertake relevant consultations and public sensitization on these regulations before enactment. Accordingly, revenue collection by the Gambling Control Commission is expected to commence in 2023. I now turn to the Trinidad and Tobago Mortgage Bank. Madam Speaker, we are far advanced on completing the technical work for the establishment of the Trinidad and Tobago Mortgage Bank. The protocols and legal requirements for merging the operations of the Trinidad and Tobago Mortgage Finance Company and the Home Mortgage Bank have been finalized by the boards of the National Insurance Board, the majority owner of the two institutions being merged. We envisage by early 2023 the full operationalization of the Trinidad and Tobago Mortgage Bank, which is expected to be a much more efficient and streamlined organization with improved financial strength, better equipped to assist the delivery of affordable houses by the Housing Development Corporation. We expect to have the new mortgage bank operational in 2023 with an enhanced presence in the capital market, appropriately branded for eliciting public trust and confidence in its dual functions of mobilizing resources and channeling those resources into mortgage portfolios. This merger will remove inefficiencies in mortgage financing and create a sustainable flow of finance to support the low to middle income housing market. I now turn to the Special Economic Zones Authority. Madam Speaker, in February 2022, we established the Trinidad and Tobago Special Economic Zones Authority, TTSEZA. In the process, we dissolved the Trinidad and Tobago Free Zones Company, which was a condition precedent for achieving compliance with the requirements of the OECD, Global Forum, and EU. The new agency will seek to establish an attractive and competitive framework in the country through reviewing and assessing the performance of all special economic zones, formulating standards and prescribing codes of practice to be observed by operators in these zones, thus facilitating an enabling environment in designated areas. The newly appointed Board of Directors is now developing the organizational structure of the TTSEZA, as well as the regulations which would underpin its operations. It is expected to be fully operational in 2023. The Trinidad and Tobago Trade and Investment Promotion Agency. Madam Speaker, we are advancing the modernization of our institutional arrangements for promoting exports and investments. To this end, we are in the process of establishing a single trade and investment promotion entity, the Trinidad and Tobago Trade and Investment Promotion Agency, TTIPA. To avoid duplication of efforts and to focus on a targeted approach to trade and investment promotion, the new entity is based on a merger of a number of other agencies, Export TT, Invest TT, Creative TT, and elements of the Trinidad and Tobago Coalition of Service Industries, TTCSI. The recently appointed Board of Directors is spearheading the work to operationalize this agency with a mandate to develop a diversified, resilient, and sustainable economy through the international promotion of Trinidad and Tobago. To that end, I expect the TTTIPA, Investment Promotion Agency, to be operational in early 2023 and to take steps immediately to enable Trinidad and Tobago to become a premier destination for non-energy business and investment and create a competitive non-energy export sector with high foreign exchange earning capabilities. We have ensured that this new agency will be properly funded in 2023, especially in the area of export promotion and overseas market penetration. I turn now to the Phoenix Park Industrial Estate. Madam Speaker, the Involving Technologies and Enterprise Development Company, ETEC, has been advancing the development of the Phoenix Park Industrial Estate with financing in the sum of $690 million from the China Export-Import Bank and counterpart funds. Upon completion in early 2023, 78 lots with all required infrastructure and services, as well as 5 modern factory shells, will be leased by ETEC to investors and businesses with a focus on the non-energy sector. InvestTT and ETEC have been promoting the Phoenix Park Industrial Estate as a prime investment opportunity in the field of high-value manufacturing, logistics, distribution, and warehousing. We already have on board 11 investors who have committed to being a part of the state-of-the-art facility, and negotiations are in progress with another 9 investors for business operations at this park. Just last month, a 4th Chinese investor had executed a letter of offer with ETEC to construct a bonded warehouse in the first phase. A trade and exhibition center would be established in the second phase. This center would generate over 500 manufacturers' displays where buyers and sellers can transact in a technology-driven environment utilizing 5G technology at the industrial park. When fully operational, we expect the Phoenix Park Industrial Estate to generate approximately 4,500 jobs. I move now to property tax. We are on track, Madam Speaker, to commence collection of property tax in fiscal 2023. The legal structure is already in place, but we intend to make some simple amendments before the end of the year to the Valuation of Land Act to tighten and clarify the procedures for the gathering and processing of information and the valuation of properties. Let me share with you some aspects of the work in progress. Upon population revaluation rules, the Board of Inland Revenue will commence the assessment and collection of property tax, starting with residential properties, using the formula in the Property Tax Act. You should note, Madam Speaker, that as part of our local government reform exercise, these residential property taxes are allocated by law for use by the 14 local government corporations for the development and maintenance of their respective regions. After residential properties, the assessment of commercial, industrial, and agricultural properties will follow. The first valuation rule, when fully completed, should contain an estimated 400,000 residential properties. However, collection of taxes will commence when the threshold of valuation of 50% of residential properties, or 200,000, is achieved. To facilitate the completion of this first valuation rule, among others, the Commission of Valuations published on September 6, 2021, a notice for mandatory submission of returns by property owners or occupiers or agents to obtain the required property data pursuant to Section 29 of the Valuation of Land Act. On February 28, 2022, the Commission of Valuations concluded her request for submission of returns of property after having implemented a number of enabling activities, such as the official launch of a website for online submission of returns, publication of a notice in the local newspapers informing property owners of the need to submit returns with accompanying documents, and physical distribution to 408,453 property owners or occupiers of returns via direct delivery through TT Post. By August 2022, the Valuation Division had received 325,296 returns of property data. The annual rental values, ARVs, of these properties are currently being assessed for insertion in the valuation rule. Within these 325,296 returns, the division has in its possession information on over 200,000 residential properties and is moving to complete the valuation of same in the first instance. The Valuation Tribunal is being finalized as required by the Valuation of Land Act to handle disputes over the valuation of properties and will be in place when the first valuation roll is completed. Members of the tribunal have been appointed with the recruitment of the chairman in progress. I turn now to local government reform. Madam Speaker, the process of local government reform under this PNM administration represents a very important change in the way people's needs in local communities will be addressed, and in essence, a paradigm shift. It has been on the political agenda for over 30 years, and its time has come. We envisage that local government bodies in the proposed new system will be highly accountable and responsive organizations grounded in the business, environmental, cultural, educational, and social fabric of their communities. We are firm in our belief that local government should be given more rather than less responsibility and authority. And as such, a platform for meaningful reform of local government has been formulated with the objective of creating a modern, efficient, properly resourced, and proactive local government system. Indeed, the present reform agenda has been on the cards since August 2016, when Cabinet under this administration approved the draft policy on local government reform. Since that time, there has been extensive consultation and discussion on the proposed new system. Following this, the required legislation, the Miscellaneous Provisions Local Government Reform Bill, was examined and reviewed by Parliament and passed in both houses in June of 2022. The government is now ready to move forward with the program of reform and to start the process of building out the required new systems, practices, and procedures, and creating the required improved capacity and enhanced capability in local government corporations. In particular, Madam Speaker, as mentioned before, the ongoing valuation of properties exercise being conducted by the Valuations Division of the Ministry of Finance is specifically designed to address the problem of inadequate funding for the maintenance and development of infrastructure in local government districts by reserving and allocating residential property taxes for the exclusive use of local government bodies, thus providing them with a reliable and regular dedicated stream of income. Move on now to statistics. Madam Speaker, household budget surveys are a critical link in the statistical infrastructure. It is the only trueable, reliable source of household income and expenditure data, which when combined with other information produces a rich source of socioeconomic data, an important and critical ingredient in our economic and social policy analyses and development planning. This undertaking will become a central and strategic component in the work program of the proposed National Statistical Institute. The government intends to bring the National Statistical Institute of Trinidad and Tobago bill before the Parliament for a vote at the earliest opportunity. It requires a 3/5 majority be enacted into law, and we hope that members of the opposition will review their approach to this critical matter and find it within their duty to support this key piece of legislation in order to have the country establish this very important institution in the shortest possible time. Madam Speaker, the next household budget survey is scheduled to take place before the end of 2022. For the first time, the household budget survey will be combined with the survey of living conditions. Both surveys are being merged to yield better quality expenditure data, while also providing detailed information on health, education, labor, and other characteristics of living conditions. And Madam Speaker, a national population census is also planned for 2023. As we have been modernizing our economy and placing greater use on digital technology, the CSO has been overhauling the gathering and dissemination of data using the wide powers under the existing Statistics Act. We have been reducing lag times in accordance with our commitments under the IMF Enhanced General Data Dissemination System since 2021. It should be noted that in 2021, Trinidad and Tobago implemented the recommendations of the IMF's Enhanced General Data Dissemination System, EGDDS, by publishing essential data through the National Summary Data Page, NSDP. The Enhanced General Data Dissemination System was established by the IMF in 2015 to support improved data transparency, encourage statistical development, and help create synergies between data dissemination and policy making. The NSDP is a national data portal that serves as a one-stop publication vehicle for essential macroeconomic data on the national accounts, government operations and debt, monetary and financial sector, and balance of payments. The NSDP is hosted by the Central Bank of Trinidad and Tobago, utilizing the statistical data and metadata exchange. A link to Trinidad and Tobago's NSDP is available on the IMF Dissemination Standards Bulletin Board and contains links to statistics published by the Central Bank of Trinidad and Tobago, the Ministry of Finance, and the Central Statistical Office. Indeed, consistent with our commitment to ensure public access to national statistics, up to first quarter 2022, labor force data has been published by the CSO and disseminated, as well as up to first quarter 2022 GDP data. This is a significant improvement from previous years when national statistics were as much as 2 years out of date. The retail price index is also now up to date to July 2022. I turn now to fuel prices. Madam Speaker, the unexpected 100% increase in oil prices from 2021 to 2022 frustrated our policy objective to liberalize in 2022 the fuel market within which a standardized pricing system for motor fuels could have been established. In 2021, we had deferred to the first quarter 2022 the proclamation of the legislative amendments to affect liberalization of the fuels market, leaving the retail prices of motor fuels per liter as premium gasoline at $5.75, super gasoline at $4.97, and diesel at $3.41. However, Madam Speaker, the oil and fuel price scenario changed suddenly at the beginning of 2022. Rapidly increasing oil prices as high as US $120 per barrel would have required a huge amount of government subsidy in 2022, up to as much as $3 billion if left untouched. We sought to deal with this issue earlier this year in April on the assumption that oil prices would come down from their extreme highs. However, oil prices continue to exceed US $100 per barrel for months. At that time, we proposed to share the burden of adjustment equally with the population by absorbing half the cost of the annual fuel subsidy. At that time, by increasing the prices of gasoline by $1 per liter and diesel by 50 cents per liter, we had estimated we could limit our expenditure on the fuel subsidy to $900 million a year. Although oil prices have subsided somewhat and are currently in the vicinity of US $90 per barrel, the U.S. Energy Information Administration, in its most recent September 2022 short-term energy outlook, has estimated the price of oil in 2023 to average US $96.91 per barrel, which means that if this forecast is correct, we will be facing a fuel subsidy in 2022 of over $2 billion. Allow me to explain, Madam Speaker, how the fuel subsidy works, since it is not fully understood by all concerned, and some commentators also confuse the issues. As a processed product, motor fuels such as premium and super gasoline and diesel must be purchased from a petroleum refinery at what is termed an ex-refinery price. This is the case whether the refinery is located here in Trinidad and Tobago or overseas. If our refinery was still in operation, the ex-refinery price for fuel at point of pair would still have to be used to determine the amount of the fuel subsidy. To illustrate this, in 2014, when the refinery was in full operation, the government was required to find $7 billion to subsidize fuel. You wouldn't think so, Madam Speaker, when you hear voices saying that if our refinery was still in operation, we would not have been facing increases in the price of fuel. Maybe they are right. And instead of fuel price increases, we would be facing bankruptcy as a country instead. The ex-refinery price for fuel is directly proportional to the market price of oil and is derived from the cost of purchasing crude oil at world market prices, plus the cost of processing this fuel into oil. To this price must be added the cost of shipping, handling, storage, marketing, transport and distribution to get the retail price of fuel at gas stations. I'm advised by the Ministry of Energy and Energy Industries that at a price of US $95 per barrel for oil, the unsubsidized prices of premium and sugar and super gasoline and diesel per liter before any markup are as follows. Premium gasoline, $7.66. Super gasoline, $7.59. Diesel, $7.75. It should be noted, Madam Speaker, that in this scenario, the true price of diesel is currently subsidized by almost 100%. In other words, when oil is US $95 a barrel, the price at which diesel is sold to consumers in Trinidad and Tobago at $3.91 per liter is almost half the actual cost that the government pays to purchase and supply this fuel. Compare this to Barbados, where diesel is sold at 4 Barbados dollars per liter, which is equivalent to $13.60 Trinidad per liter. This is over 3 times the price for diesel in Trinidad and Tobago, and gasoline is sold at even higher prices there. In fact, unlike Trinidad and Tobago, fuel is a revenue earner in Barbados because the Barbados government imposes taxes on gasoline and diesel in that country. So they add taxes to the cost price of fuel to increase the final price to motorists at the gas station. In that country, therefore, as is the case in most other Caribbean countries, fuel is not subsidized, it is taxed. By contrast, in Trinidad and Tobago, the government pays the difference between the actual cost of the fuel and the subsidized cost. And if we do not act to deal with this issue in 2023, this could cost taxpayers $2.2 billion in the coming year, much of which will have to be taken from other areas of critical expenditure, such as healthcare, social grants, or education. Even at an oil price of US 90 per barrel, the unsubsidized prices of fuel would be $7.30 per liter for premium gasoline, $7.23 for super gasoline, and $7.38 per liter for diesel. And at that oil price, the cost to government, if the current prices are left unchanged, would be $1.9 billion. We are firm in our view that this level of expenditure on fuel is not productive and that taxpayers' money could be better spent elsewhere. We believe, therefore, that it is only reasonable that the money spent on subsidizing fuel is capped at $1 billion per year. Some areas where we believe that this money is better spent are social grants, where we spend $5.4 billion per year, including senior citizens' pension at $4.3 billion a year, food support at $175 million, disability grants at $630 million, and social assistance grants at $355 million. Water supply, which costs us over $2 billion a year to subsidize. Electricity supply, which costs $700 million a year to subsidize, because TNTEC has not been meeting its payment obligations to the NGC for the gas used to generate electricity, which we must purchase at market prices from oil companies like BPTT. Electricity rebates for low-income families, which cost $60 million per year. The air bridge, which costs over $100 million a year to subsidize. The inter-island ferry service, which costs $200 million per year to subsidize, not including the capital costs of the 2 new fast ferries, which cost us close to $1 billion to acquire. Free transportation for senior citizens and students, which costs $220 million per year. Free tertiary education gate, which costs $400 million per year. Free health care, including CDAP, which costs $6 billion per year. And subsidy of Caribbean Airlines to keep the airline flying to maintain our connectivity with the rest of the world at a cost of $700 million per year. It is noteworthy that when the pandemic struck in 2020, even though Caribbean Airlines reduced its operating costs as best as it could and rationalized its staff to the bare minimum just to keep the airline in the air, the Ministry of Finance was still asked to subsidize the operations of Caribbean Airlines for a 3-year period until it got back on its feet by arranging financing to the tune of up to US $300 million or 2 billion Trinidad dollars. So far, we have provided the required support. To stay within a cap of $1 billion for the fuel subsidy and ensure that money is available for essential services, therefore, a further adjustment in fuel prices is required, and I will say more about this when I come to the fiscal measures at the end of my statement. Madam Speaker, cognizant of increased operating costs with the increased prices of fuel, we have also adjusted the gross margins for wholesalers and retailers of motor fuels. Effective August 2022, wholesalers and retailers were able to benefit from an adjustment of 5 cents per litre for premium, super, diesel, and kerosene. This has cost the government $50 million. I move now to the National Insurance Fund. We have been keeping under review the sustainability of the National Insurance Fund in the context of the most recent actuarial reviews, which have identified our changing demographics as impacting negatively on the long-term sustainability of the fund. Although the fund has sufficient money to last for the next 20 years, if no changes are made, an increase in the compulsory age of retirement from 60 to 65 years is being advanced as one of the solutions for reversing the find's declining viability. An increase in contribution rates is a last resort. And there's nothing unique about this, since an increase in the retirement age is being implemented across the board in virtually all Caribbean countries with similar issues with their national insurance funds. The Prime Minister of Grenada recently announced plans to increase the retirement age from 60 to 65 as a solution to save their national insurance system from insolvency. In Barbados, the compulsory age of retirement is already 67, and in Jamaica, it is 65. We in the Ministry of Finance have recently completed our consultations on the retirement age, held by Minister Manning with key stakeholders, including trade unions and business organizations. These discussions would inform our policy agenda for putting the National Insurance Fund of the NIB on a long-term sustainable basis. Turn now to capital markets. Madam Speaker, we have continued the process for deepening and widening our capital market as a major source for the funding of private and public activities. The July 2022 additional public offering of First Citizens Bank placed 10,869,565 shares of FCB at a price of $50 per share into the hands of private and institutional investors. As a result of this APO, we have reduced the state's shareholding in First Citizens from 64% to 60% of the bank. The public response to the FCB APO has been an outstanding success, similar to the National Investment Fund NIF public offering in 2018. The APO was heavily oversubscribed by 55%, attracting applications for 16,865,007 shares, with a value of $843 million, of which $543 million was transferred to Corporation Seoul as owner of the shares. It is noteworthy, Madam Speaker, that while corporations were given a percentage of the shares they requested, all individuals received 100% of the shares for which they applied. This is consistent with our policy of the widest possible public participation in the divestment of profitable state enterprises. We are also heartened by the decision of First Citizens to immediately include the new shareholders in its August 2022 dividend distribution. I turn now to cashless transactions. Madam Speaker, with the support and hard work of the Trinidad and Tobago International Financial Center, we have made considerable progress in the introduction of cashless transactions in the public sector. Under the Office of the Attorney General and the Ministry of Legal Affairs, payments can now be made by links and online credit cards for services at the Civil Registry, Companies Registry, and Intellectual Property Office. At the Immigration Division, payments for passports, work permits, and visas can be made by links with online debit and credit cards targeted for December 2022. At the Trinidad and Tobago Bureau of Standards, payments for customs import declarations can be paid for by links, online debit, and credit cards. At the Judiciary, payments for fixed penalties and court-ordered maintenance can be made by online debit and credit cards, and payments using a voucher system managed by payment service provider agents is targeted for December 2022. At the Inland Revenue Division, payments by automated clearinghouse, automated clearinghouse, ACH, and real-time gross settlement, RTGS, direct deposit, can be made directly to the Treasury suspense account at the Central Bank. Online payments by debit and credit cards are targeted for 2023. At the Treasury Division, payments of public service wages and salaries are being made through bank transfers. At the Ministry of Trade and Industry, online payments for single electronic window transactions by debit card and credit card are targeted for December 2022. At the Ministry of Works and Transport, payments of fixed fine and penalties can be made by links. Online debit and credit cards are targeted for December 2022. Workers in the Unemployment Relief Program are being paid through debit cards. And at the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services, payment of food support is being made through debit cards and public assistance through bank transfers. The use of bank transfers for other social grants or payment cards and or a voucher system using payment service providers or mobile wallets are being developed for implementation in 2023. We are also working actively on the implementation of financial instructions to leverage the platforms of payment service providers to provide services for the underbanked and the unbanked to be able to do business with the government via a combined agent network of over 1,500 agents across Trinidad and Tobago. This will allow for greater reach to citizens and offer a convenient approach for persons who still transact in cash and who do not have a bank account, reducing the hassle for citizens in rural communities who must commute to government offices to make payments for various services. This method of payment through payment service providers is expected to be implemented early in 2023. To facilitate the business community, the Ministry of Trade and Industry's single electronic window is also being updated to offer online payment options to provide a seamless experience to over 300,000 annual transactions for a wide range of services, including import-export licenses, various health and agriculture certificates and permits, and business-related services such as company registration and incorporation. Another area of the cashless agenda will be the promotion of the use of financial technology, also known as fintech. The region's first fintech innovation hub will be implemented by the TTIFC in 2023 as a collaborative environment with an on-site ecosystem, whereby the regulators, financial sector actors, ministries, departments and agencies, fintech startups and innovators, both local and foreign, can connect and collaborate to achieve the goal of a cashless society in Trinidad and Tobago. I'm pleased to announce, Madam Speaker, that in furtherance of the cashless agenda, the Central Bank in September 2022 registered Paywise Limited as Trinidad and Tobago's first e-money issuer. This new e-money issuer will provide more access to financial services to the unbanked and underbanked citizens across the country, and I anticipate an increased number of approvals of additional e-money issuers in the following months, in the context of our robust ICT infrastructure, the abundance of skill sets across technology, finance, and the digital world, as well as the proximity to their clients in the Americas. The TTIFC has already been receiving interest from other international financial technology firms, such as Valenta International, MasterCard, Visa, and many others, in terms of facilitating our drive to create a fintech-enabled ecosystem. We are also seeking to identify the payment needs of our citizens through the conduct by the TTIFC of the country's first national financial inclusion survey, intended to identify barriers impacting financially underserved adults. I move now to digital transformation. Madam Speaker, technology affects almost every aspect of our 21st century life, from transport efficiency to food and healthcare, as well as productivity. The internet has enabled ideas and resources to be shared. We have identified in our post-pandemic revitalization programs the emergence of a digital society as our foremost priority. Our digital policy is citizen-centric, and in all our activities we must ensure that no one is left behind. The policy also focuses on a digital economy, given the critical role of the ICT sector for our future prosperity. We are also focusing on digital government. I gave some examples just now about cashless transactions within government, which would improve the delivery of services to our citizens, while at the same time reducing the cost of those services to the state. Some of the key initiatives to drive our digital transformation agenda include the Developers Hub, which will create an ecosystem which will grow our domestic developers community through partnerships between the government and small emerging local software developers and entrepreneurs. The hub will facilitate the development of considerable expertise in creating software solutions for the public sector, where there is substantial opportunity for regional and international support. It will be the center for collaboration and the crafting of such software for beneficial use by our citizens, residents, visitors, and public officers to meet their general needs. The hub will focus on open source and open standard solutions to build mobile and web-based applications for the delivery of e-services. We expect an increasing contribution of the ICT sector to GDP from the current level of 3.2% as we market a brand made by Trinidad and Tobago for Trinidad and Tobago and the world. We are providing significant support for this initiative, an online training platform for skills development and expansion for all members, and cloud-based software development and sandboxes. The National E-Identity and Interoperability Solutions will enable government ministries, departments, and agencies to collaborate on improving delivery and personalization of services to citizens. These solutions will result in easier integrated access to government services across ministries using a single point of entry, such as their phone or tablet, or even from a community access center. Connected communities will bring together industry and community stakeholders in government, the private sector and civil society, to develop technology solutions which will benefit all aspects of economic and community life in selected communities. We have already launched in March 2022 a pilot project in Arima, which would commence with the establishment of smart poles to facilitate Wi-Fi connectivity and device charging within the borough. The Community ICT Access Program was expanded during 2022 from the original 6 public access centers to 32 centers. We are well underway to achieving our target of 100 public access ICT centers. In terms of ICT infrastructure, the government data center and government cloud will house government data on island so that information and services would continue to be available to citizens should we be cut off from the outside world in the future. The Open Data Initiative allows for the availability and sharing of reliable data and caters to the digitalization of systems and business processes of ministries, departments and agencies, which will create the enabling environments in which digital transformation can occur. Madam Speaker, the recently launched Parlour, P-A-R-L-O-U-R, e-commerce platform is providing local and regional artisans and makers of craft with a larger market for their products using technology into its operations, a process which is already globally utilized by craft-based businesses. Designed and developed by TSTT, the online platform will be used for the buying and selling of local and regional products. The platform is more efficient and more responsive to customers, and the goal is for TSTT to partner with 100,000 sellers and enable them to attract consumers towards their products. TSTT is now putting in place a digital payment e-money solution which will provide users of Parlour with simple, safe and affordable ways to complete transactions and penetrate the global market. And now turn to public sector wage negotiations. Madam Speaker, central to the efficient functioning of the public service is the establishment of a fair and equitable compensation system for our public sector employees. But the approach to achieving this objective must be careful and consistent with the known availability of resources. No responsible government can contemplate bankrupting the entire country simply to appease a portion of the labor force. We are firm in our view that our current offer of 4% over the period 2014 to 2019 for the mainstream public service, although it will be a challenge to raise the required funds, is practical and equitable. One trade union has already accepted our offer, and we hope that others will soon follow suit. It must be emphasized that the additional annual recurrent cost of our offer is approximately $500 million. And it should be noted that if this offer is extended to the wider state sector, the additional cost will almost double to approximately $1 billion per year. The back pay that will accrue to June 2023 from our offer for just the mainstream public service is $2.4 billion. This will increase to $4.6 billion when the entire state sector is included. As difficult as these amounts will be to accommodate, we will find the money and make the required payments promptly. But any more than this will wreck the economy, not just for the same public servants, but for everyone else. By way of example, the counter offer made by the Public Services Association is unsustainable. The PSA has countered our offer of 4% with a demand for 19% increase in salaries for the 3-year period 2014 to 2016, which is only 1/2 of the period of our offer. If accepted, this would cost $15.8 billion in arrears up to June 2023. The additional annual recurrent cost would be $1.8 billion. If the PSA offer was extended to the wider state sector, $30.3 billion in back pay would be required up to June 2023. The additional annual recurrent cost would be $3.4 billion. And these calculations, Madam Speaker, do not cater for a similar increase in the second three-year period, 2017 to 2019, which, if agreed, could create a back pay requirement of $50 billion, equivalent to the total national expenditure in previous years. Clearly, these are not serious counter-proposals. They may sound good to encourage marches or threats, but I am certain that the leaders know the facts, the reality, and what is doable. It should be obvious that demands of this nature cannot be met. Anyone who believes that the country can afford this level of public expenditure, $50 billion, is simply not being realistic. I wish to make it clear that our offer of a 4% increase over the period 2014 to 2019 is the best we can do. And even at this level, we will have to dig deep to find the $4.6 billion in back pay that will flow from this. However, Madam Speaker, I wish to confirm that the government stands ready to make good on our offer as soon as it is accepted. We are prepared to raise the required funding for back pay quickly and to make these payments promptly, as well as appropriate adjustments to the budgetary appropriations to cater for the recurrent increases in wages and salaries. On the other hand, if trade unions choose to send these negotiations to the industrial court, we would ask that these matters be expedited so that we can act swiftly in accordance with the court's decision. I'll now move on to the enabling sectors. Infrastructure. Madam Speaker, our infrastructure investments have been playing a substantial role in the structural transformation of our country. Some major projects include the Solomon Ho-Choi Highway extension to Point Fortin, which is almost complete and will ease traffic between San Fernando and Point Fortin with the construction of 30 kilometers of dual carriageways from La Romaine to Point Fortin. We expect that this highway will be open in early 2023 to create an efficient road connection for communities such as Debe, Mont Desir, Faizabad, Labrie, and Point Fortin. The Churchill Roosevelt Highway extension to Manzanilla, which is in the initial stages of construction with the Komoto Junction to Guayco packages. The Valencia to Toco Road, which will open up our northeastern communities for business and residential opportunities. Upgrade work being undertaken by Pure is well underway, with a further section to be implemented by the National Infrastructure Development Company in due course. Madam Speaker, our road infrastructure, which had deteriorated during the pandemic when resources were redirected to the health sector, would see now a major repair and rehabilitation exercise. A new state company, Secondary Road Rehabilitation and Improvement Company Limited, has been capitalized with an initial $100 million and a board appointed. A further $100 million has been allocated for this company in 2023, making a total of $200 million immediately available for repair of secondary roads. We expect the company to use these funds proactively to carry out much-needed secondary road repairs throughout the country. Additional allocations have also been provided for the 14 municipal corporations. We have also just raised a further $250 million in loan financing for the Program for Roads Upgrade and Enhancement, or PURE, in the Ministry of Works and Transport for use in fiscal 2023. The Ministry of Works and Transport has also been allocated a further $1 billion in its development program for 2023, as well as increased allocations in other line items for road repairs at the district level. This enhanced level of funding will ensure that proper attention can now be paid to road repairs and rehabilitation in 2023. Madam Speaker, the Diego Martin Vehicular and Pedestrian Bridge Overpass is at an advanced stage of completion. We expect this overpass to be commissioned in 2023, thereby improving connectivity for commuters from the Diego Martin Valley into the Western Peninsula. The ANR International Airport Terminal Building Project is being constructed on a phased basis, with the initial phase being the upgrading of the existing terminal, which was completed in March 2022. Design and planning activities for the new main terminal building are in progress, with initial construction work having commenced. Upon completion in 2024, Tobago will benefit from a state-of-the-art modern international airport with sufficient capacity and level of service, which would catalyze the expansion of the hotel room stock and serve as a booster for revitalizing and expanding the tourism industry. The integrated fishing port and facilities at Grand Chemins in Moruga will enhance the fishing industry in Moruga, bringing economic opportunities to the surrounding communities of Grand Chemins, La Rufin, and Marak. The initial phase, the landslide facility, as well as the environmental impact assessment for the second phase, the marine facility, are expected to be completed in early 2023. The Toko Ferry Port is at an advanced stage of the environmental impact assessment, and the San Fernando waterfront redevelopment will modernize the city of San Fernando and surrounding communities. The project is being advanced in phases, with phase 1 being constructed at a cost of $247 million, involving 8 projects, as follows. 3.8 hectares of land at Kings Wharf North are being reclaimed at a cost of $78 million. Construction has begun, with completion in 2023. A new fishing facility is being constructed at a cost of $38 million, again with completion in 2023. The new facility and jetty will accommodate 72 fishermen and 50 fishing vessels. A new coastal protection system is being constructed at a cost of $67 million along the Lady Hales Avenue between Hatters Bay to the south and the existing water taxi terminal to the north. On completion in 2024, the frequency and severity of coastal erosion and coastal flooding to the area will be reduced.
Sir? I know you might be getting a bit excited, but I'll ask members to please control their volumes. We're all interested in the budget, and every member will have an opportunity to speak.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I didn't even notice. So as I continue, I really didn't hear the noise on the other side. Lady Hales Avenue will be widened into a dual carriageway at a cost of $136 million, with completion in 2023. This will alleviate traffic congestion when the full implementation of the redevelopment project is completed. Commercial and residential squatters are being relocated from the redevelopment area through a collaborative effort between the Land Settlement Agency and UDICOST at a cost of $43 million. The Public Transport Service Corporation maintenance facility has been relocated from Lady Hales Avenue to Golconda at a cost of $15 million. And the mixed-use development on the site is being advanced through a PPP arrangement at a cost of $207 million for completion in 2024. And Plaza San Carlos is being upgraded at a cost of $61 million. The project will assess, refurbish where practical or possible, reconstruct, reconfigure, and retrofit the existing predetermined structures of the Plaza San Carlos to the original luster. These buildings would be repurposed for commercial use. I move now to public utilities. The public utilities system involving water production and transmission, electricity generation and transmission, and telecommunications in particular, internet broadband, has been a critical element in our development experience. The current tariff reviews being undertaken by the Regulatory Industries Commission will ensure, with the adoption of a new pricing system for water and electricity, that the utilities are able to undertake the appropriate investments to meet the demands of the national communities. Utility rebates would be made available to low-income and vulnerable groups to access subsidies for electricity and water once these prices have been regularized. In the interim, we are focusing on our mandate to deliver to our citizens an adequate and reliable supply of water. As an initial step, we are undertaking the transformation and restructuring of the Water and Sewerage Authority. During the transition period, we are seeking to improve delivery of water to all our communities. We are undertaking projects to identify new water sources through the drilling and equipping of additional wells. We are reducing non-revenue water by installing new transmission and distribution pipelines. We are refurbishing and upgrading our water treatment plants. We are increasing the reliability of water supply by desilting reservoirs, in particular in Tobago. We're improving water distribution through the construction of booster stations and expanding and rehabilitating our wastewater infrastructure. We're also expanding through TSTT, the digital access network infrastructure to facilitate the connectivity needed to transform our country digitally. We already have 1.9 million mobile subscribers, a penetration of 146% of the population. Significantly, 1.1 million of those mobile subscribers have an internet plan. On the fixed internet side, the penetration is 87.5%, which means that a very high percentage of our households already have high-speed broadband connection. For people on the go, TSTT will provide mobile broadband data connectivity, and for government agencies and enterprise businesses, the company is expanding its digital infrastructure to provide connectivity to facilitate e-government services. We are thus ensuring, Madam Speaker, that the economy becomes quickly digitally enabled. Agriculture. In relation to agriculture, I now speak in the context of the impact of COVID-19 and the renewed energy within CARICOM to give life to long-discussed agriculture initiatives. The recently held Agri-Investment Forum and Expo 2 was a resounding success. It followed the inaugural event held in Guyana and will be followed by others in the region. Our expo saw over 30,000 participants from a broad cross-section of Trinidad and Tobago. It brought together for 3 days regional leaders, including business leaders and investors, farmers and future farmers, agro-processors and investors in agro-processing. Our expo and forum also brought together vendors and people in the business of food, as well as commercial entities which support the business of agriculture. CARICOM is once again focused on the need for member states to have a greater level of self-sufficiency in our food supply. COVID-19 and the unexpected events in Ukraine have been wake-up calls which have put pressure on both the access to food and the cost of food. Madam Speaker, in 2021, Trinidad and Tobago heeded the call of the Secretary General of the United Nations, Antonio Guterres, to host a national dialogue on food systems. We were very happy to have among our other facilitators in Trinidad and Tobago, Dr. Shakuntala Haraksingh Thilsted, the Trinidad and Tobago-born global nutrition expert who won the prestigious 2021 World Food Prize for her groundbreaking research in developing holistic, nutrition-sensitive approaches to aquaculture and food systems. Inevitably, those discussions and much of the discussions since late 2019 have been in the context of COVID-19 and the high food import bill, lack of cohesive regional policies and legislation, turf wars among our manufacturers, and insurmountable red tape. Madam Speaker, a larger issue given greater prominence by COVID-19 is the way our diets have changed to our detriment. It is an uphill battle for all of us to reverse the trends. Healthcare costs are ballooning. Productivity is being impacted. Longevity is at risk. Our labor pool is at risk. The Russia-Ukraine conflict, though concentrated in the 630,000 square kilometers covered by Ukraine, impacts the ability of the world's most powerful economies to feed their citizens and fuel their nations. We are under even greater pressure. Let us use grain as an example. The well-organized, very successful poultry industry in Trinidad and Tobago has had to compete for over a decade with low-priced, low-quality imported poultry parts. Now, with over millions of tons of grain stuck in warehouses and silos in Ukraine, our poultry industry grapples with severe supply chain issues as the larger nations virtually commandeer vessels and global trading terminals. Delays, lack of availability, and ever-increasing shipping costs add millions to the normal cost of shipping. Inevitably, importers, even state-owned importers, must pass increased costs on to the consumer. The domino effect can be devastating if the situation is prolonged. For a country which depends heavily on annual food imports averaging more than 5 billion, the inability to import food can significantly affect food and nutrition security of the nation. Consequently, after broad-based consultations, we developed a roadmap to recovery to address the pandemic-induced economic decline. We remain committed to the CARICOM agenda as well as to our roadmap for agriculture. This work focuses on the following: boosting local production geared towards agro-processing to reduce our reliance on highly processed imported food. Building a more effective agricultural sector based on sustainable value chains, using innovation, digitization, and technology engagement of private sector, including small farmers, youth, and women. There is a direct correlation between food consumption and food systems. Addressing nutrition and non-communicable diseases, and a persistent increase and a worrying trend in obesity among children and adults. We are committed to policies via the ministries responsible for health, education, trade and industry, community development, sport, youth, and agriculture to reverse these alarming trends. Soaring commodity prices on the global market are impacting increases in wholesale and retail flour prices in the domestic market. Wheat supply has been derailed by the Russia-Ukraine war, which countries combined generate 27% of global wheat imports, Russia and Ukraine. We have already experienced increases in prices of flour and associated products because of that war. To this end, we are taking advantage of this opportunity by focusing on root crop flour as a cheaper alternative to wheat flour. This product is already available in existing farmers' markets. We will therefore expand the enterprise base to produce alternatives to wheat flour. We will do so by extending the financial coverage of the grant fund facility for this from 50% to 75%. And we will increase the maximum funding amount from $250,000 to $340,000 for all producers of alternatives to wheat flour. I now take the opportunity, Madam Speaker, to express my sincere gratitude to our farmers for the excellent work that they have been doing despite the challenges. And I wish to confirm that we have once again allocated the additional sum of $300 million for agricultural incentives, infrastructure, and programs in this year's budget. Our new approach is facilitating the re-engagement of youth in agriculture, since the aging of our farmers makes imperative the increasing involvement of youth in the sector. The recently established Youth Agricultural Homestead Program, in collaboration with the Metal Industries Company Institute of Technology, is developing part-time, 18 to 35 years, and retraining, 36 to 50 years, modules for the programs. The areas which are slated to accommodate these programs are Faizabad, Field Road, at the Chatham Dairy Farm, and the Kendall Dairy Farm in Palo Seco, in Valencia, Grand Couva, Pointe-a-Pierre, Todd's Road, Lopino, and Santa Cruz. The program is targeting young nationals who will be provided access to land and the necessary financial and technical support to become successful entrepreneurs. The Youth Agricultural Shade House Project, administered by the University of the West Indies and the Agricultural Research and Extension Unit in the Cooperative Republic of Guyana, is a one-year program focusing on specialized hands-on training in intensive farming on small portions of land with very high yield. The program is encouraging young people between the ages of 16 to 35 to participate in the 12-month training period for which 100 participants would be selected. The project is anchored on a memorandum of understanding executed by the Prime Minister in May of 2022 to cooperate with other Caribbean countries to achieve food security in the region. I now turn to manufacturing, Madam Speaker, which is showing tremendous progress. We have worked assiduously at creating the environment within which competitive businesses can grow and become locally and globally competitive. During the pandemic, our non-energy sector has risen to the occasion and is expected to grow by 2.5% in 2022. Within the non-energy sector, manufacturing remains an important and dynamic catalyst in our economy. It is a major contributor to our gross domestic product at approximately 20%. It generates significant foreign exchange, and as a major employer, it employs over 52,000 persons. This sector has exported $7.4 billion in 2020, and this amount rose to $10.8 billion in 2021. Preliminary data for the first half of 2022 demonstrates a continuation of this trend. For the first half of 2022, Trinidad and Tobago's non-energy manufacturing sector exports valued $6 billion, which was 17% higher than the same period the previous year. The industry subsectors have been increasing when January to June 21 is compared to January to June 22. For example, food and beverage industry increased by 28%, from 1.13 billion to 1.44 billion. Chemicals and fertilizers increased by 103%, from 186 million to 379 million. Paper and paper-related products increased by 29%, from 215 million to 278 million. Tobacco manufacturing increased by 31%, from 84 million to 110 million. Glass and glass products increased by 45%, from 70 million to 102 million. Furniture and light fittings increased by 12%, from 42 million to 47 million. And wood and related products increased by 55%, from 9 million to 14 million. We are also enhancing the human resource capacity in the manufacturing sector to address the existing gaps in labor skills. The apprenticeship program for the non-energy manufacturing sector was launched in May 2022, and the 3-year program is expected to train over 300 apprentices in the industrial areas of mechanical engineering technology, electrical electronic technology, industrial maintenance technology, and mechatronics. And the apprenticeship program for wood and wood products manufacturing was launched just recently in August 2022. And it will transform and expand the industry to produce higher value-added products using modern technology. Wood and wood products manufacturing has become a dynamic and competitive subsector. It employs approximately 4,000 persons and is playing a key role in our diversification strategy. The program, with an initial enrollment of 50 apprentices, will address the shortage of skilled labor in the subsector. Apprentices will receive a monthly stipend for the 2-year duration of the program, which will be delivered at the St. Bede Technology and Pleasantville Technology Centers. And the Export Booster Initiative, Madam Speaker, is complementing and ramping up existing initiatives and is supported with 3 broad initiatives: the Manufacturing Export Strategy of the Trinidad and Tobago Manufacturers Association. I turn now to the Exim Bank Forex window facilities. As part of our overall strategy, we have established 2 financing arrangements for the manufacturers and importers of essential goods at the Exim Bank. As the global economy continues to show signs of economic improvement, demand for raw material inputs will continue to be elevated. The effective management of the country's foreign exchange resources by the Exim Bank has not only facilitated the commercial resilience of the manufacturing sector, but ensured the maintenance of international supplier relationships, which remain critical to the sector's development and the overall stability of the domestic market. The Exim Bank's Forex facility has proven its importance to the industrial ecosystem by having clear and measurable success across 16 sectors, with significant absorption capacity being felt within food and beverages, building and construction, plastics and packaging. Forex sales for the period remained elevated, with total disbursements of US $285 million, ensuring the sector's operational integrity and reinforcing its economic importance. The facility sustained international exports, as mentioned previously. Data shows a 17% increase in non-oil exports for the period June to July 22 when compared to the same period in 21. The integrity of the Exim Bank system for distribution of foreign exchange was influenced by company and market analysis with the input of key stakeholder agencies, that is, the Trinidad and Tobago Manufacturers Association, the Trinidad and Tobago Chamber of Industry and Commerce, and the Ministry of Trade and Industry. The Exim Bank ensured forex distribution to small, medium, and large enterprises, solidifying our commitment to sectoral development while enabling companies of varied sizes to access the facility based on their needs and impact both the domestic and export market. Madam Speaker, the business community can rest assured. Let me repeat that. The business community can rest assured that in 2023, we will expand this forex facility and provide even greater access to this targeted foreign exchange. The benefits are clear and have significant domestic and global impact. International supplier relationships have contributed to this positive development, facilitating the smooth flow of inputs for the manufacturing sector as a vibrant generator of sustainable employment. To summarize, $136 manufacturers, with 114 or 84% of these falling into the small and medium-sized categories, have accessed a total of US $395 million under the Exim Bank Forex Manufacturing Facility. 87 importers have accessed a total of US $488 million to supply the nation with food, pharmaceuticals, sanitary products, personal protective equipment, and other essential supplies through the Essential Supplies Forex window. And Madam Speaker, Export TT is supporting the private sector by strengthening supply chains via the implementation of the International Certification Fund, a facility under the Export Booster Initiative. The thrust of this initiative is to facilitate the evolution of the manufacturing sector to become globally competitive, productive, and innovative. The fund assists exporters to achieve international certification in food and beverages, to meet the quality and safety standards of international markets and franchises, to boost non-energy exports as well as substitute imported goods with locally produced goods. 11 manufacturing companies have so far benefited from this fund. We are also according high priority to improving the ease of doing business. The Trade and Business Information Portal, launched in May 2022, is providing access to multiple tools and resources to allow users to seek guidance on regulatory requirements for starting a new business or expanding an existing business, as well as requirements when undertaking an investment. Guidelines on importing and exporting are available, and the single electronic window platform is now undergoing a comprehensive upgrade. When completed in early 2023, this trade and business information portal, which is an integral component of the TT BizLink platform and is already utilized by all companies, will provide users with faster, more user-friendly software, as well as a range of new e-services. Businesses will be able to make electronic payments to over 46 e-services, which are already being administered on the platform. I turn now to small and medium enterprises. Our small and medium enterprises have long been playing a critical role in our development thrust. Generally employing a limited number of individuals, they have been sustaining livelihoods, especially among women, youth, and groups in vulnerable situations. We have been focusing on lowering and eliminating barriers faced by these enterprises. We have increased their access to finance through the several facilities pioneered by the National Entrepreneurial Development Company, NEDCO. A consortium of commercial banks has partnered with the government in administering a loan guarantee scheme for small and medium enterprises. We have recently put in place certain mechanisms to unlock their full potential. A key component of our COVID-19 relief measures for the banking sector was a central bank initiative in 2021 to allow commercial banks to restructure commercial loans more than twice over the life of the original loan and mortgages more than twice over a 5-year period without a downgrade in their asset classification to non-performing status. The COVID relief program saw the central bank agreeing to suspend the calculation of the mortgage market reference rate for a 2-year period commencing in October 2021. This policy allowed banks greater flexibility in lowering their mortgage rates outside of their anniversary dates and more than once a year. Both individuals and small and medium enterprises benefited from this policy. And Madam Speaker, we are also funding in the amount of $500 million and in partnership with the commercial banks, a new long-term loan guarantee scheme for small and medium enterprises. First Citizens Bank will manage this project in collaboration with other commercial banks. The government loan guarantees will be for up to 80% of the value of the loans for a term of up to 10 years, inclusive of a 2-year moratorium on repayments, and will focus on the non-energy sector. We have also been providing support to small and medium enterprises through a number of facilities. The Gateway to Trade program is spearheaded by the Ministry of Trade and Industry in collaboration with the Trinidad and Tobago Coalition of Services Industries. This is a 9-month market readiness accelerated program targeted to assist small and medium enterprises in 4 service sectors: business and professional services, information and communication technology, energy services, and tourism, especially in the areas of meetings, incentives, conferences, and exhibitions. The Export Booster Initiative that I mentioned previously is being advanced by the Ministry of Trade and Industry in collaboration with the Trinidad and Tobago Manufacturers Association, with the aim of enhancing market access for small and medium enterprises. We are envisaging that the export value of manufactured goods will double by 2024. The grant fund facility is administered by Export TT, whereby businesses can access individual grants from the fund up to a maximum of $250,000, now gone to $340,000 per beneficiary, to finance 50% of the cost of acquisition. The facility focuses on 8 designated sectors, whereby new opportunities become available for the small and medium enterprises to engage in the production and export of high value-added products. The SME Mentorship Program, which is a collaboration between the Trinidad and Tobago Stock Exchange, the Central Bank of Trinidad and Tobago, and the Ministry of Finance, is providing small and medium enterprises with the guidance required to transition successfully and grow their businesses while practicing good corporate governance. The small and medium enterprises will be assisted with accessing financing via tax incentives for listing on the Trinidad and Tobago Stock Exchange. A full tax holiday for the first 5 years, that is exemption from the payment of corporation tax, now to be changed to 6, business levy and green fund levy, and a 50% reduction in taxes for the second 5-year period. I am convinced, Madam Speaker, that the program of action I have just outlined to support the small and medium enterprise sector will strengthen their governance structure, sharpen their competitiveness, and continue to contribute to the expansion of the non-energy sector. I move now to tourism. Our tourism industry was shuttered early in 2020 in the face of the COVID-19 pandemic. While our fiscal and monetary support programs kept the industry afloat, the reopening of the economy is reshaping and revitalizing the tourism sector. Following the trends in the global industry, a key enabler is the adoption of modern technology and investment in the tourism and creative industries, given their intrinsic relationships. Encouraging innovation, entrepreneurship, and diversification within this combined sector, tourism and creative industries, is undoubtedly enhancing productivity levels and making significant contributions to our growth and development. We are supporting the digitalization of the tourism and creative sectors, in particular small and micro enterprises, but given the cost, we are assisting them to become digitally ready to be partakers of the technological revolution and the growth anticipated from this change. We are therefore providing assistance to those small and micro enterprises in the tourism and creative sectors to digitize the provision of their services. Their integration in the global marketplace would thus be assured. We are providing innovators and entrepreneurs in the digital evolution with a reimbursement of 50% of their investment, up to a maximum of $50,000. We already envisage approximately 60 participants to benefit from these facilities. Additionally, Madam Speaker, 3 new hotel brands with the addition of 312 rooms with an investment of $600 million are consolidating the impact of the reopening of the economy. I look forward to the envisaged high occupancy levels and the positive image of destination Trinidad and Tobago. The Comfort Inn and Suites at Orange Hills, Tobago was opened in August 22 and has added 74 guest rooms to the hotel stock. This hotel, under the Choice Hotels International brand, is a welcome addition to the more than 7,000 franchised Comfort Inn properties located around the globe. The Bricks by Marriott is a boutique hotel in Cascade, Port of Spain. It was opened in February 2022 and has added 161 rooms to the hotel room stock. To facilitate this construction, it qualified for $8.76 million in incentives under the Tourism Development Act. And the Radisson Blu Port of Spain, which will open in the second quarter of 2023, will add 79 guest rooms in the form of 1- and 2-bedroom suites and 2 presidential-style suites. The rooftop of the hotel boasts an infinity pool with a spectacular view of Port of Spain and the Gulf of Paria. We are also actively marketing and promoting cruise tourism. Our rich indigenous heritage and compelling national stories are drawing cruise visitors to our country. But the cruise lines are also attracted by access to a quality pool of skilled and unskilled labor in the hospitality and cruise industry. Through a recent memorandum of understanding with the Royal Caribbean Group, employment of nationals is ongoing. The Royal Caribbean Cruise Line, together with other cruise lines, will be making increased calls to Trinidad and Tobago upon the full reopening of the cruise sector by the 2022 to 2023 season. We are also upgrading our tourism sites and attractions. For example, the new La Vigie Pyramid Lookout facility is now open and is providing relaxing and historical information spaces for local and foreign visitors. The Desperados Pan Theatre is the new home of the Desperados Steel Orchestra and will provide, at a cost of $14 million, an enhanced performance space which will facilitate the activities of the band. Our national airline, Caribbean Airlines, is supporting our tourism thrust. Its recently acquired fleet of 9 new 737S aircraft, with its lower operating and maintenance costs, has been promoting airlift to Trinidad and Tobago. With its competitive fares, the airline is generating increased tourism traffic, not only to participate in our tourism activities, but also to visit our historical and cultural attractions. I move now to health. We have been strengthening our health system, aimed at ensuring that our citizens have equitable access to quality health care, thereby improving their quality of life. The COVID-19 pandemic, a potentially deadly and highly transmissible virus, tested the strength and resilience of the system, including our parallel healthcare facilities. And from all assessments, our combined health system successfully navigated the challenges. The dismantling of the protocols and restrictive conditions on July 17, 2022, except for mask wearing in limited circumstances, reflected reductions in positive cases over the period May 21 to April 22, as it pertains to hospital occupancy levels. The lowest total hospital occupancy level was recorded at 19% in April 2022, compared with 62% in May 2021, a decline of 43%. The lowest hospital occupancy in the intensive care unit was recorded at 17% in April 2022, compared with 70% in May 2021, a decline of 53%. And the lowest hospital occupancy in the high dependency unit was recorded at 8% in April 22, compared with 64% in May 2021, a decline of 56%. And Madam Speaker, we have been improving our vaccination rates. The milestone of 50% of the population being fully vaccinated was achieved in April 2022, and since that time it has stabilized at about 51.2%. This notwithstanding, the recent uptick in infections, hospitalizations, and deaths is a stark reminder of the requirements for caution in all our activities. Leaving aside our management of the COVID-19 virus, since March 2020, we have been making significant strides in the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals agenda. We have achieved both the global and regional 2030 targets for maternal, child health, and neonatal mortality. Let me say that again. We have achieved both the global and regional 2030 targets for maternal, child health, and neonatal mortality, 8 years ahead of time. We're ensuring that our citizens have equitable access to quality health care through our network of modern health facilities, which are either in place or in advanced stages of being rolled out. The 150-bed ARIMA and 100-bed Point Fortin hospitals are already providing a suite of world-class services. The new 106-bed Sangre Grande Hospital will be completed in 2023 and will provide a range of services including medical, surgical, trauma, and orthopedic. The 504-bed central block of the Port of Spain General Hospital will be commissioned in 2024 and will provide acute care services including surgical, pharmaceutical, and laboratory, diagnostic, and treatment, as well as ophthalmology and pediatrics. The San Fernando General Hospital is being refurbished to provide cardiac surgeries and an upgraded catheterization lab, also known as a cath lab. And the new Ministry of Health Administration building, which is expected to be completed in 2023, will bring all of the ministry's services, units, and departments and affiliated organizations, such as the Pan American Health Organization, into one building. Once the new building is occupied, This will result in savings in rent of over $12 million per year. Madam Speaker, we have always considered health and its positive outcomes to have a central function in our development agenda. We will continue to invest and take a leadership role in health development to ensure fairness, to protect social values of equity, and ensure access and secure access to health care for low-income and vulnerable groups. Turn now to housing. Madam Speaker, we in the PNM have long understood the relationship between a housing program and economic development. We recognize early in the administration of the affairs of this country that comprehensive public policies and large-scale investments will be necessary, not only for expanding growth and development, but also in ensuring access to quality housing for our citizens, in particular the low-income and the vulnerable. Very early, we established public institutions, the National Housing Authority, followed by the Housing Development Corporation, to build and to finance the purchase of units. The expanding network of communities throughout the country was anchored on this policy agenda. We also established public financial institutions to assist in the financing of the purchase of units, the Home Mortgage Bank and the Trinidad and Tobago Mortgage Finance Company Limited, now being merged, will more effectively provide resources for financing the stock of housing units, as well as facilitate better access to mortgages. In fiscal 22, the Housing Development Corporation, under its Finance Projects Program, had under construction 1,366 housing units in 10 communities, as follows: Pierre Road in Labray, Bonnet North Arouca, Carlson Field Chaguanas, Carlton Lane San Fernando, Cypress Hill San Fernando, Lakeview Point Fortin, Malabar, Oasis in Chaguanas, Real Springs in Valsayn South, Edinburgh Towers in Chaguanas. The HCC has also been utilizing public-private partnerships to construct housing units in appropriate areas. During fiscal 2022, the PPP program envisaged the construction of 339 units, and we have begun the process of delivering 239 completed units. The program is generating housing units at the following areas: Mahogany Court, Mount Hope, Malabar, Riverside East and South, San Fernando, Trust Trail, Dabadie, and Eden Gardens in Freeport. The HCC, in collaboration with small and medium-sized contractors, is also constructing basic 3-bedroom, single-family units ranging in cost from $250,000 to $500,000 per unit. They are being built in batches of 10. During fiscal 22, 86 additional units were planned for construction, bringing to 174 the number of units under this program. Small and medium contractors have completed 108 housing units. The HCC is also advancing its program on a number of greenfield and brownfield sites. 2,563 housing units on 13 sites are being built for 784 low-income citizens and 1,799 for middle-income citizens. Over the last 5 years, the HCC has allocated a total of 3,620 units to the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. But its delivery capacity has been severely constrained by inadequate funding to complete stalled and existing housing units, as well as to keep its payments current to contractors and suppliers for maintenance, landscaping, and garbage removal. Accordingly, we are providing in 2023 significant financial resources to the HDC to refocus on its mandate to construct affordable housing units. We are arranging 3 government-guaranteed loans totaling $1.5 billion, of which $500 million will fund the completion of stalled or existing housing projects. Another $500 million will be used for the payments of debts owed to contractors and suppliers. And a further $500 million will be used for the construction of new housing units. Madam Speaker, the Land Settlement Agency, LSA, has been complementing the work being undertaken by the HDC. It brings much needed relief to the poorest and most vulnerable families in the society. It has been spearheading the regularization of squatter communities. The LSA is engaged in upgrade works on 14 sites with a lot yield of close to 4,000 lots. Pre-construction statutory approvals activities on 10 sites yielding 2,148 lots. Infrastructure work on 12 sites yielding 1,263 lots, and land use planning on 13 sites. Our innovative Housing and Village Improvement Program, HVIP, continues to improve infrastructure and poor quality housing in targeted villages, including Matura, Valencia, Kumuto, and Talparo, especially for people in the lowest income groups. This program has been highly successful. In December 2018, it won the Inter-American Development Bank President's Award for Service Excellence and Innovation in the Public Sector. In fiscal year 2022, 145 construction or repair projects had already been approved as of June 2022. This follows 160 approvals in fiscal 2021. But, Madam Speaker, we have reviewed our Village Improvement Program, Housing and Village Improvement Program, and are aware that at current prices, there is a difficulty of executing on challenging land topography. We've agreed to increase the maximum subsidy applicable for the construction of a housing unit from the presently available $145,000, and we are putting in place a 3-tiered subsidy structure based on land topography, which will provide the details of the increases in subsidy in the fiscal. I will provide the details of the increases in subsidy in the fiscal measures. The Land Settlement Agency is also spearheading infrastructure development of all residential lands with pre-approved house plans to be distributed to former employees of Petrotrin. 8 sites are now being developed: La Savanne, Guayaguari, Nurse Trace, Guayaguari, Glenroy, Princestown, Woodford Lodge, La Romaine, Ponderosa Golconda, La Philippine Grand Couva, and Guapo in Point 14. There is no doubt, Madam Speaker, that the pace of public housing construction is insufficient to reduce the size of our application base, which has been insufficient to reduce the size of our application base, which has been increasing. I am told we now have 191,000 applicants for HCC houses. However, the HCC, as presently organized, managed, and financed, has built-in inefficiencies, and it cannot continue with business as usual. It is distracted by having to deal with the many demands for maintenance of rental properties and the difficulties in collecting money owed by occupiers of HCC properties, as well as the urgent need for new housing construction. We are therefore putting in place a new structure for the HDC, which envisages a holding company with 3 subsidiaries. The Trinidad and Tobago Housing Development Corporation Construction Company will manage all elements of property development, including land acquisition, urban planning, project and construction management, and the provision of financing solutions to undertake construction projects. The Trinidad and Tobago Housing Corporation Facilities Management Company Limited will focus on property management, including the maintenance of rental housing units, the maintenance of the management company portfolio, and partnering with regional corporations and other external entities to upkeep communities and promote sustainable community development. And the Trinidad and Tobago Housing Development Corporation Asset Management Company Limited will complete the sales of the finished housing units and will continue to manage and provide administrative support for housing development under its purview until handed over to purchasers. To summarize, we are creating a company that will focus on construction of housing units, another company that will focus on maintenance and management of existing rental housing units, and a third company that will focus on completing the sales of finished housing units. We anticipate that the HGC, as reorganized, will now have greater financial flexibility, greater efficiency, better focus, and the ability to quickly monetize housing assets which cannot be easily completed in their present form. I move now to education. Madam Speaker, we have long recognized that developing and promoting human capital is a driver of sustainable growth and development. Our continuing and high levels of investment in the education sector has been a major element in our human capital development agenda. We have built early childhood care and education centers and primary and secondary schools. We have built technical and vocational and tertiary institutions. Our education is now modern, inclusive, accessible, and relevant, and broadly meets the development needs of our country. The quality of our human capital is comparable with many advanced and emerging developing countries. In fact, the 2020 World Bank ranking of 157 countries in respect of its human capital index, which measures the countries which are best in mobilizing the economic and professional potential of its citizens, places Trinidad and Tobago at number 67, with only 7 countries in the Western Hemisphere above us: the advanced countries, Canada and the United States, and the emerging and developing countries, Mexico, Costa Rica, Chile, Peru, and Colombia. But, Madam Speaker, we were clearly concerned with the performance of our students in the 2022 Secondary Entrance Assessment Examination, SEA. These students had spent most of the previous 2 years away from the physical classroom. The COVID-19 pandemic had confined them to online classes, and their performance in SEA reflected this absence from the classroom. There was a reduction in the pupils who scored above 50% in 2022 when compared with previous years. In 2022, the percentage was 37.1%. In 2021, the percentage was 52%, 52.5%, and in 2022, 63%. These statistics show a clear reduction of achievement, which can certainly be linked to the learning loss, which had been predicted globally and locally due to the lack of face-to-face learning. Over 9,000 students had scored less than 50% in the 2022 Secondary Entrance Assessment Examination. Madam Speaker, we thus embarked on an exercise to assist students in recovering learning lost. During the period July to August 22, we administered a vacation revision program in a face-to-face format at 26 secondary schools, which treated with remedial work for learning lost in the short term. We allocated $10 million to facilitate this program, including the training of 600 teachers. We have given these students the best chance at educational success by their return to the physical classroom. This notwithstanding, I am deeply concerned about the less than adequate participation in the program. We are taking steps to address this challenge to ensure that academic performance returns to pre-pandemic levels. Firstly, we are implementing, after 2 years in secondary school and being enrolled in Form 2, the lower secondary proficiency examination, for which students will be required to be certified to ensure they have basic numeracy and literacy skills needed to continue their education. Secondly, we have distributed 7,000 laptops to means-tested students and teachers, which brings to a total of 63,000 410 devices distributed between 2018 and 2022. Thirdly, as announced by the Honorable Prime Minister, we are introducing a structured remedial education program to assist those students who have fallen behind because of COVID-19 to recover and catch up with their learning. An allocation of $50 million for this purpose has been made in this budget. Turn now to GATE. The Government Assisted Tuition Expenses Program, GATE, has been providing significant financial assistance to widen access to tertiary education, thus supporting economic development and promoting social equity. This notwithstanding, to ensure that GATE expenditure would be spread as widely and equitably as possible, we amended the policy guidelines in August 2020 to restrict funding to no more than one program at the undergraduate level. However, the implementation of this new rule has been problematic for students who are endeavoring to complete their bachelor's degree through a progressive matriculation from a non-degree program. Many of these students who are seeking to improve themselves are from underprivileged or low-income backgrounds. After careful consideration, therefore, we have decided to adjust the criteria for accessing GATE to permit students in good standing enrolled in institutions and programs accredited by the Accreditation Council of Trinidad and Tobago to qualify for GATE if they have completed an initial program of study, such as a diploma or associate degree or the N1 level at UWI, and they wish to upgrade to a bachelor's degree. Similarly, students pursuing technical and vocational education and training TVET programs who have already accessed GATE for lower level TVET qualifications will now qualify for GATE for level 4 and level 5 programs that lead to an advanced diploma or bachelor's degree. In this new arrangement, Madam Speaker, the national priority needs will be a determining factor. And students in the first instance will be required to register for the higher certification within 2 years of completion of the initial course of study, and of course, successfully complete their bachelor's degree or advanced diplomas within the prescribed timeframes. We are now ensuring that GATE remains as inclusive and all-encompassing as it was originally designed within the constraints of expenditure. This adjusted approach, let me explain, where students who have accessed GATE to do an associate degree or diploma who will now be allowed to access GATE again to complete a bachelor's degree is estimated to cost the government an additional $50 million, but we believe it is necessary. Money well spent. Safety and security. Madam Speaker, we have been constantly refining the national security policy as we seek to address the multifaceted needs for managing the security of our citizens. In this regard, we have found inclusive and participatory processes to be extremely useful. We have been enhancing resource capacity and capability with the requisite infrastructure and apparatus. We have improved our offshore capabilities with the procurement of 2 Cape-class control vessels, and we are now concentrating on building onshore capabilities with an electrical upgrade for a continuous power supply to our Coast Guard facilities to provide a more efficient and safe working environment for personnel, especially in the event of national disasters. We are also upgrading the shore power supply system at the Coast Guard base in Tobago. On completion, it will facilitate the berthing of our Cape-class vessels, which will now utilize the onshore power supply instead of the vessel's generators, which will allow for less downtime and a greater Coast Guard presence in the maritime domain. In terms of new and improved technology throughout the national security services, we're improving decision-making and productivity by computerizing the National Security Head Office, thereby increasing information collaboration, data availability, and data analysis. We're installing ICT infrastructure across all camps of the Trinidad and Tobago Regiment, thereby securing connectivity between sites. We are computerizing and improving governance in the Trinidad and Tobago Forensic Sciences Center and upgrading the integrated ballistics identification system with a view towards improving examination of all firearms-related evidence linked to firearms-related crimes. We have made significant strides towards the establishment of purpose-built facilities for the protective services to place personnel in a better state of readiness. We're improving the base infrastructure of several camps at La Romaine, Felicity, and Forest Park. A fully functioning military base will enhance the capacity of the military to address efficiently its core mandate of the defense of the state and protection of critical infrastructure. The La Romaine camp will secure our national energy assets in the south of Trinidad and safeguard the country against threats to our southern border. We are purchasing specialized equipment for the Trinidad and Tobago Coast Guard and vehicles and equipment for the Defense Force to allow for multi-front operations to be executed simultaneously. We are also advancing the computerization of the Defense Force to ensure the effective governance and management of data, security, and human resources, and upgrading the automated fingerprint identification system for the Immigration Division, which will improve the border management system as a monitoring solution which limits the entry of undocumented immigrants. Madam Speaker, improving service to our citizens and solving serious crime, in particular murders and violent crimes, is central to the mandate of the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, which is at the front line of our crime-fighting agenda. In 2023, the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service will be properly resourced and provided with the necessary funding, equipment, and support so that it can focus on the rationalization, upgrade, and expansion of facilities to meet existing and new operational requirements. Priority remains with the establishment and rationalization of divisional property rooms, in particular in Sangre Grande and Siparia, the upgrade of command centers, as well as the construction of a new command center in Siparia. The system of divisional property rooms will enhance the logistics of securing exhibits, while the command centers will coordinate and centralize CCTV coverage and other relevant communications data for informed command decision-making in the divisions. The TTPS will continue to improve its ICT capabilities. With the government support, the automated fingerprint system and its expansion to a biometric system by the TTPS will be an immediate milestone. Identifications will be quickly processed and be made available in real time to officers while mobile. Certificates of character will also be speedily and accurately processed. The body and vehicle camera project is ongoing. Further, a land use development plan has been completed for the expansion of the police academy, which would allow for a larger intake of recruits, new dormitories, accommodations for trainers, as well as additional facilities for delivery of an adaptive and modern policing curriculum. In 2023, the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service intends to maximize the use of existing resources. The construction of a facility at the St. Madeleine Police Station site will house elements of the Homicide Division and the Fraud Squad. The Coastal and Riverine Unit Jetty and Maintenance Facility will be constructed at the recently completed Caranage Police Station. The program of asset acquisitions will bring the TTPS vehicle fleet to optimum operating and response capability. The Special Victims Department at Serpentine Road, St. Clair, and the networks of victim support units and child protection units throughout the service will receive renewed focus. I now move to sport and youth. We're ensuring that our youth population, particularly in the age group of 15 to 34 years, which accounts for 25% of the population, achieve their full potential and become productive members of society. While our comprehensive network of schools is driving the achievement of a modern education system, our proposed new specialist facilities are designed to address the needs of our less fortunate and vulnerable youth. We are refurbishing 6 youth development centers in St. James, Barcelona Street, Laventille, Malik, California, and Los Bajos, where the training and certification of youth takes place in the areas of trade, arts, and life skills. Further, we are refurbishing and upgrading 2 residential youth development and apprentice centers in Puerto Presto and Chatham to accommodate vulnerable youth who had not completed traditional schooling and are now taking advantage of remedial courses from recognized institutions. We are empowering young farmers to utilize modernized farming techniques in our youth agricultural homestead program. And we have in place a range of training programs, including music production, life skills, heavy machinery operations, mobile application development, web design, social media, management skills, and leaderships. A national youth survey conducted recently by an interagency team revealed that our society will derive maximum benefits from eventually providing opportunities for all citizens who might wish to participate in a national service program. We are now putting in place through legislation a voluntary national service program of Trinidad and Tobago, which will be managed and coordinated by the National Youth Development Agency of Trinidad and Tobago. We are currently upgrading and constructing buildings for this national service program at Mausica, and the successful completion of the core training and service will lead to an award of a proposed Trinidad and Tobago National Service Certificate, which will be recognized by employers and training providers. I envisage, Madam Speaker, that the National Service Program will facilitate volunteerism, service learning, and nation building, developing in the process young people who exemplify good citizenship and patriotism. At this stage, I wish to take this opportunity to congratulate and convey our congratulations to the members of our sporting team, which recently participated in the 2022 Commonwealth Games in Birmingham, England. We all applauded with pride the achievements of our medalists. Nicholas Paul, who was awarded gold in the Keiran Motor Pace cycle race, silver in the sprint, and bronze in the kilometer time trial. Jereem Richards, who was awarded gold in the 200 meters and another gold in the 4x400 relay, alongside Dwight St. Hilaire, Asa Guevara, Marshall Cedeno, Kashif King, and Che Lara. And Jared Elcock, Eric Harrison Jr., Keon Benjamin, Kyle Griot, and Akani Hislop, who won silver in the men's 4x100 meters relay. Madam Speaker, this performance, added to that of the other athletes who also worked tirelessly, represented a fitting tribute to the achievement of our 60 years of independence on August 31st, 2022. Indeed, we were rightfully proud when our athletes stood on the podium with the national anthem being played on the steel pan. But, Madam Speaker, our 2022 sporting contingent managed our second best performance at the Commonwealth Games. For those who are old enough to remember, our best performance came at the 1966 edition in Kingston, Jamaica, when our team won 5 gold, 2 silver, and 2 bronze medals. I'm sure they will beat that record at the next Commonwealth Games. Madam Speaker, These achievements were based on the extensive foundation which we have laid for more than 4 decades. We have the facilities, the 5 stadia, the Hazley Crawford in Port of Spain, the Larry Gomes in Arima, the Atto Bolan in Couva, the Manny Ramjohn in Marabella, and the Dwight York in Tobago, the Cycling Velodrome and the Aquatic Center in Couva, and the Racket Center in Tagariqua. We have the funding, and we have the policies and programs, including the Elite Athlete Assistance Program of $250,000 per athlete. We look forward, therefore, to the youth of the country being inspired by our successes at Birmingham, and I have no doubt that in future international games we will be able to expand our performance from cycling and athletics to the several other sporting disciplines. I can now announce, Madam Speaker, that in 2023 we intend to showcase our youth on the occasion of the hosting by Trinidad and Tobago of the 7th Commonwealth Youth Games. I turn now to water resources. Madam Speaker, a reliable supply of potable water is crucial to all aspects of socio-economic activity. And we are convinced that the effective management of our water resources requires the adoption and implementation. Madam Speaker, I didn't hear them before, but I heard them now. Perhaps you might want to talk to them.
A bit of levity, and they'll resume the composure. Continue.
I hope so. We are convinced that the effective management of our water resources requires the adoption and implementation of an integrated water resource management system. To achieve this objective, we are separating the Water Resources Agency, which has regulatory functions, from the Water and Sewerage Authority, which is responsible for service delivery and distribution. We are also in the process of restructuring and reforming the Water and Sewerage Authority. We have given to the Board of Commissioners a cabinet-approved transformation plan, which will transition WASA to a new and high-level state of performance and is anchored on 3 strategic priorities. 1, organizational transformation. 2, network optimization and automation. And 3, increased water production. The new entity will be consistent with a water management facility anchored along the water value chain and be customer-centric, with a strategic focus on providing clean, safe water to residential and commercial customers in the context of new leadership and purpose. In the interim, we're improving the efficiency of service delivery, focusing on unserved and underserved areas across the country, where we have identified simple and strategic low-cost projects with high impact. For example, under the National Water Sector Improvement Program, we are providing over 6,000 households in Arima and environs with an improved water supply. We are also providing under the same program an improved water supply to over 12,000 other households by way of installing pipelines, repairs to pumps, valves, and booster stations in several areas such as Kernahan Trace, Pinal, Quarry Road, Burney Street, Calvary Hill, and French Fort, Tobago. Madam Speaker, under our Community Water Improvement Program, we are providing close to 100,000 citizens across the country with an improved water supply. We have been rehabilitating, refurbishing, and upgrading existing wells, constructing booster stations, installing pipelines to provide accessibility of pipe-borne water, and more, and constructing new intakes and water treatment plants. We have been able to do so through a vastly improved project management system supported by an efficient procurement and project financing system. 27 communities have already benefited from this program. The program continues and will provide more reliable access to water in other communities, additional to the existing ones, such as Manudath Road Extension, Las Lomas, Bocas Avenue, Chase Village, Howell Drive, 5 Rivers, La Laja, Blanchishez, Thomas Trace, Lossy Row, Lupino, Brasso Seco Village in Blanchishez, Leoto, Tracental Paro, La Romaine, Picton, San Rafael, Petit Trou Road and Mount Cabrit Road, Toco, and Cameron Head in Maraval. Madam Speaker, the proposed new Office of Water Resources Management will be responsible for coordinating and collaborating with all agencies responsible for implementing various aspects of our new water supply policy, administering the abstraction and licensing system for surface, ground, and coastal waters, monitoring, analyzing, and assessing the national water resources, enforcing authority for water quantity violations, collecting and maintaining a national water resources information system, developing and publishing reports on the country's water resources, policies and plans for water resources management, exercising planning and research functions for water resources management, engaging and partnering with stakeholders in water resources management, and carrying out an education and public awareness program. In addition, the Ministry of Public Utilities, in partnership with the Water and Sewerage Authority, has completed a strategic action plan for water supply improvement in Trinidad and Tobago, along with regional water improvement plans for Northwest, Northeast, Central, and South Trinidad and in Tobago within the context of the Strategic Action Plan and Capital Investment Program. These programs across the country have the clear aim of eradicating water schedules below 24/3 and further expanding 24/7 levels of service across the country. The plan will also usher in robust automation of plants through supervisory control and data acquisition or SCADA systems, data loggers, and other telemetry systems for monitoring of schedules and valving operations. We believe, Madam Speaker, these initiatives will improve the production and distribution of water around the country and ensure water security for all our citizens. I now turn my attention to Tobago. In December 2021, the people of Tobago elected a new administration to manage the affairs of the Tobago House of Assembly. As a responsible government, we welcome the new administration in Tobago, and very early in its term, we convened several meetings with the Chief Secretary and his colleagues. In January 2022, the Prime Minister, Dr. the Honorable Keith Rowley, led a team of cabinet ministers, including the 2 parliamentary representatives from Tobago, the Attorney General, the Minister of National Security, the Minister of Public Administration, the Minister of Tourism, Culture and the Arts, and the Minister of Digital Transformation to meet with the new THA administration. We wish to facilitate a smooth transition to minimize any disruption to the lives and livelihoods of the people of Tobago and the operations of the Assembly. This administration therefore reaffirms its commitment to work in concert with the Tobago House of Assembly towards the continued advancement and development of Tobago. Madam Speaker, I am in broad agreement with the socio-economic agenda advanced by the new administration by the THA in its June 22 budget statement for fiscal 23. The policies, programs, and activities that have been announced, if implemented properly, will improve the economic well-being and quality of life of the people of Tobago. We anticipate the creation of more jobs in the private sector, as well as the maintenance or preservation of existing businesses and the generation of new ones. Madam Speaker, the policy agenda is being further advanced through economic momentum in the Tobago economy. The gradual relaxation of public health restrictions and the increase in government expenditure to meet the basic needs of the community in the face of the damage done to the tourism sector by the COVID-19 pandemic facilitate this process. It is expected further capacity will be developed to address COVID-related issues, focusing on an update in vaccinations, with a strengthening of medical care capabilities at the Scarborough General Hospital and a parallel system for COVID-19 patients at the old hospital. Significant social programs are available in Tobago, and we expect that these will be maintained, particularly in the areas of medical care, home improvement, and school transport. Physical in-school teaching and learning has been reinstated in all schools in Tobago. Funding has also been allocated for substantial school repairs. These measures are generally aligned with the national fiscal agenda for 2023 and the core development framework and the strategic priority areas for growth, development, and transformation in Tobago, once properly implemented, would ensure the transition to a new paradigm. However, Madam Speaker, it must be emphasized that businesses resident in Tobago and are owned and operated by Tobagonians have the same access to all the government's SME support programs as businesses in Trinidad. They have the same access. There is no distinction. And you may recall, Madam Speaker, it was the intention of this PNM administration to grant greater autonomy to the people of Tobago through the passage of 2 pieces of legislation which have been the subject of extensive and extended parliamentary attention. However, this required the bipartisan support of members opposite, which support we did not receive. The bills were also rejected in the PDP election campaign of 2022. These 2 bills, Madam Speaker, will provide the people of Tobago...
Minister of Finance. Okay, so members, I know we've been here for some time, but I'd ask all members, okay, to resume their composure. No shouting across the floor, and if members are a little tired of, the discipline, they can take a little walk, come back, and resume their composure. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. They will be here for a little while again. These 2 bills will provide the people of Tobago with a greater say and determination in their affairs. And I encourage members opposite to facilitate the passage of these bills and place Tobago in a better position to advance its development and to increase its contribution to national economic activity. Economic transformation and business development initiatives will be anchored on productivity growth, support for innovation, mobilization of foreign direct investment, and support for businesses. The Cove Eco-Industrial and Business Park is marketing its factory spaces. The Studley Park Quarry, if properly managed, could make an immediate and sustained contribution to construction in Tobago and in Trinidad. The tourism sector is poised to expand with new hotel investors aiming to contribute to meet a shortfall of 2,500 rooms. The government fully supports and continues to encourage private sector investment in the proposed new Marriott Hotel at Rocky Point, alongside the new terminal building at the ANR International Airport and a new marina facility in southwest Tobago. When all these initiatives come together with their projects and programs, we envisage good outcomes for the tourism sector in Tobago. This is a major part of the national diversification effort. Let me repeat. The new Marriott Hotel at Rocky Point, the new terminal building at the ANR International Airport, and a new marina facility in southwest Tobago. I'm advised that the Manta Lodge and Sanctuary Resort are slated for privatization. Air and sea transport are required to be reliable, especially for the proposed Tobago Carnival in October 2022. The central government will ensure that this is achieved. Food security in Tobago will be enhanced through the revitalization of the agricultural sector. Continuous training, especially for young people, will build a cadre of skilled young and agri-entrepreneurs. Madam Speaker, I wish to record that during the height of the pandemic, we were pleased to provide Tobago with additional financial support. And in my 2022 statement, I announced several of these initiatives, including a 50 million Tobago hospitality and tourism sector support program to provide working capital to the tourism sector, 30 million for farmland development in Tobago, $50 million for the Tobago hotel industry for financial grant support and to facilitate maintenance and upgrade works via the Tobago Tourism Accommodation Relief, and a $4 million tourism COVID relief grant allocated to render greater support to the ancillary service providers in the industry. I will now outline the allocation for Tobago in fiscal 2023. In the absence of the passage of the proposed Tobago internal self-government legislation, which would have given the THA significantly greater responsibilities in Tobago, including the responsibility for the work now done and services provided by national agencies and authorities, which continue to be implemented and financed by the central government, and consistent with what we provided the PNM-led administration in the THA between 2016 and 2021, we are allocating the new PDP-led THA 4.3% of the total national budget in 2023. The allocation to the THA for fiscal year 2023 thus totals $2.521 billion. When disaggregated, $2.194 billion is allocated for recurrent expenditure, $300 million for the THA development program, $18 million for URP, and $9.2 million for CPEP in Tobago. The 2023 allocation to the THA thus represents an increase of $185 million over last year's allocation of $2.336 billion. It should be noted that the THA also has access to another $135 million in loan financing for its development projects from a loan finalized in previous years. And at the level of the central government, we have also arranged a further US $15 million, or approximately 100 million Trinidad dollars, in loan financing from CAF, the Andean Bank of Latin America, Development Bank of Latin America, for coastal protection works in Tobago. So, Madam Speaker, that is $2.521 billion in direct subvention, $135 million remaining from a $300 million loan initiated by the previous administration in Tobago, and $100 million in loan financing from CAF for coastal protection in Tobago. I'm pleased to inform this House that as of last week, the Assembly was in receipt of 96.9% of its fiscal 22 allocation of $2.336 billion. And with just a few days remaining in this fiscal year, the THA will be in receipt of its full allocation for this fiscal year. You may also recall, Madam Speaker, that at the midterm, the Assembly was allocated an additional sum of $60 million to supplement its allocation, thus again reaffirming our commitment to support the work of the new THA administration. Madam Speaker, beyond the direct allocation to the THA, an additional $731.5 million is allocated to various ministries and state agencies to undertake and execute major projects and programs in Tobago in keeping with their responsibility under the 6th schedule of the THA Act 40 of 1996. This means that the overall allocation for expenditure in Tobago in 2023 exceeds $3 billion, and this does not take into account additional expenditure in the hundreds of millions of dollars by the central government on the air bridge, sea bridge, and national security. I now move to the medium-term policy framework. We have been using a medium-term transparent planning and budget formulation process as we seek to allocate public resources to their strategic priorities while ensuring overall fiscal discipline. This medium-term economic framework allows us to focus on the reliability and precision of the economic and fiscal outlook, while recognizing the economic uncertainty which underpins any forecast. Indeed, we are aware of several downside risks which could derail our economic recovery. Production and project delays could be impacted if new virus strains become increasingly transmissible. Adverse global developments could add more volatility to crude oil, gas, and petrochemical prices. Conversely, stronger than projected global recovery could result in higher energy prices, thereby improving fiscal and external positions. So, although we have it more or less under control, we must keep an ever-watchful eye on the evolution and mutation of the COVID-19 virus. We've set in motion the major elements of our development strategy as outlined in the Roadmap to Recovery for Trinidad and Tobago, post-COVID-19 pandemic, as well as in my 2021 budget statement. We have been refining our projections in the context of the risks in the global economy and the domestic implications of the prolonged recent wave of COVID-19 and its successive variants. Our 3-year medium-term economic program, 2022 to 2024, is building on the current momentum in the domestic economy. We expect our economy will continue to generate growth after 2022. We are forecasting growth of 3% in 2023 and 2024. This growth dynamic is supported by an expansion in the energy sector over the period 2023 to 2024, with growth of 5% per year. The non-energy sector is also expected to grow over the same period by rates of 2% per year. We are consolidating our fiscal accounts. Higher energy revenues from the expected higher energy production and prices are paving the way to put our accounts on a sustainable basis. We are anticipating increased levels of revenue from the implementation of the new property and gaming taxes and the new revenue authority. At the same time, we are screening and rationalizing public expenditure while reshaping the structure of government expenditure to target social, educational, and health care programs. This pace of consolidation is providing space for growth-friendly expenditure, such as our $6.2 billion development program, while protecting essential expenditure. Accordingly, we have been putting our fiscal accounts on a sustainable basis, moving our accounts from negative to positive. We have stabilized our fiscal balance, putting it on an improving trajectory, and we are targeting positive fiscal balances in the coming years. As I said before, our fiscal consolidation process, revenue enhancement, and expenditure restraint is bringing our debt back down on a downward trajectory, from a high of over 80% of GDP in 2021 to 70% in 2022. Our current account balance is strengthening under the impact of the significant recovery in the energy sector, with the increase in domestic production coinciding with the buoyant international commodity prices. The combination of these external and internal factors augurs well for export earnings throughout the forecast period. The current account balance is projected to reach US $4.5 billion in 2022 and remain in surplus, while net official reserves are expected to remain robust and healthy throughout 2023, projected to reach over $7 billion in 2024 if all goes well. Madam Speaker, we have laid the right foundation to anchor our development journey to achieve our economic and social objectives. We are building on the current momentum. We are taking advantage of the current buoyancy in oil and gas prices, temporary as it might be, while strengthening our production capability and output in the oil and gas sector. We are focusing on building our non-oil sector, which now makes up over 50% of our GDP, to ensure we can quickly adjust to wild swings in commodity prices. I turn now to estimates of revenue and expenditure for 2023. As an oil and gas producing country, we only too well understand that crude oil prices fluctuate in the context of seasonal demand, world events, global growth and supply conditions. Most recently, the COVID-19 pandemic caused crude price decline through constrained demand conditions, which were aggravated further by fears of a global recession. On the other hand, extended sanctions against Russian oil exports have increased uncertainty about supply from the world's second largest oil producer. Indeed, these conflicting supply and demand conditions are increasing the uncertainty in the oil price forecasts. I've kept under review the changing oil prices in 2022. US $100 per barrel in February 22, following the invasion of Ukraine by Russia. US $125 per barrel in March 2022 in response to the ban by the United States on Russian fuel exports. US $125 per barrel in June 2022 as concerns about supply emerged again. US $99 per barrel in August 22 as fears returned about a global recession. US $87 on September 23, 2022, last week, and US $85 today, again on fears of a global recession, a decline in world stock markets, and an overvalued US dollar. Madam Speaker, current events present new challenges to the forecasting of the oil market. I am advised that supply and demand conditions are offsetting one another and therefore could remain in broad balance over the course of 2023. I have now reviewed the forecast produced by several international organizations as follows. The U.S. Energy Information Association is projecting a price of US $98.07 per barrel for WTI crude oil in 2022 and US $104.21 for Brent crude. For 2023, the relevant prices are US $90.91 for WTI and US $96.91 for Brent. The IMF is projecting US $103.88 per barrel for a basket of crude oils in 22 and US $91.07 in 2023. The World Bank is projecting Brent crude oil to average $100 a barrel in 2022 and US $92 a barrel in 2023. And Fitch Solutions see the Brent oil price averaging $105 a barrel in 22 and US $100 a barrel in 23, before dropping to US $88 per barrel in 2024. Further, Madam Speaker, according to the US EIA, natural gas prices average US $8.80 per MMBTU in August of 2022. The US EIA expects natural gas prices to remain elevated for the rest of 2022 and to average $6 per MMBTU in 2023. Madam Speaker, we will continue to utilize the best available estimates for oil and gas prices for budget 2023. Based on consideration of all forecasts by credible international organizations, our oil price assumption for 2023 will therefore be US $92.50 per barrel, and our natural gas price assumption will be US $6 per MMBTU. As a result of these assumptions, for fiscal 2023, total revenue is estimated at $56.175 billion. Total expenditure is estimated at $57.685 billion. And based on these assumptions and estimates, we are projecting out of our total revenue estimate of $56.175 billion for 2023, that oil revenue will contribute $25.019 billion, and non-oil revenue will contribute $30.150 billion, while capital revenue, such as the sale of assets, will contribute $1.006 billion. And Madam Speaker, with revenues of $56.175 billion and expenditure of $57.685 billion, if all goes according to plan, our fiscal accounts in 2023 will be close to balance with a deficit of $1.51 billion or 0.8% of GDP. Without taking account of loan financing through state enterprises, such as the $250 million for road repairs and rehabilitation to be done by PURE, $1.5 billion for the HTC, and special allocations such as the $300 million stimulus package for agriculture, which are placed in the Ministry of Finance for disbursement, the major fiscal 2023 allocations will be for education and training, $7.453 billion. For health, $6.892 billion. For national security, $5.798 billion. And this one, Madam Speaker, is something that people don't realize. For social grants in 2023, we will be spending $5.453 billion. Works and transport, $3.748 billion. Public utilities, $2.823 billion. Rural development and local government, $1.887 billion. Agriculture, $1.330 billion. Housing, $0.974 billion. Further, to create employment, drive development, and stimulate economic activity, the Public Sector Investment Program in fiscal 2023 has been increased to $6.2 billion, $2 billion more than fiscal 22. And while increasing investment in the development program in 2023, we will continue to pursue our fiscal consolidation objective, which would ultimately lead to reasonable fiscal and debt sustainability. I turn now to the fiscal measures for 2023. Personal income tax allowance. Madam Speaker, as a fiscal stimulus to the economy and a fillip to the retail sector, we are providing relief to working families by increasing the personal income tax exemption limit from $84,000 to $90,000 per year. All individuals earning $7,500 a month or less will now be exempt from income tax. This marks the third time this PNM administration has increased the personal allowance and will put additional disposable income of $1,500 per year into the pockets of over 300,000 individual taxpayers. This bold measure will cost $450 million per year in individual income tax revenue. But we firmly believe that in this difficult COVID-19 period, it will stimulate the demand side of the economy, economic activity, consumption, sales, and growth by putting more money in the hands of consumers. We believe that through the multiplier effect, the net effect of this increased allowance on our GDP will be more than $450 million. This measure will require amendments to the Income Tax Act, Chapter 7501, and will take effect on the 1st of January 2023. VAT registration threshold. Madam Speaker, I propose to increase the VAT registration threshold from $500,000 a year to $600,000 to provide relief and support in the payment of VAT. This measure will positively impact the growth and development of the small and medium enterprise sector. This measure will cost $12.5 million. It will require amendment to the VAT Act, Chapter 7506, and will take effect on January 1st, 2023. Thirdly, renewable energy business rebate for agriculture. This government recognizes the importance of blending renewable energy with agricultural production. As such, for approved agricultural holdings, I will offer rebates of up to $25,000 for the implementation of renewable energy, such as solar and wind energy in agriculture. This measure will take effect on January 1st, 2023, and will be administered by the Minister responsible for agriculture. Subsidy for Housing and Village Improvement Program. In recognition of the outstanding success of the Housing and Village Improvement Program, I propose to introduce a three-tiered subsidy structure under that program based on the land topography, and increasing in the maximum subsidy, the amount paid by government, applicable for the construction of a basic two-bedroom housing unit from $145,000 to the following levels: $165,000 for construction on flatlands, $170,000 for construction on undulating lands, and $175,000 for construction on hilly lands. Manufacturing tax credit. To incentivize further and create a more agile and robust manufacturing sector, I propose to introduce a one-time manufacturing tax credit for companies which make an investment in new machinery, production lines, and equipment. This manufacturing tax credit can be utilized against the corporation tax liability of the approved manufacturing company certified by the ministry with the responsibility for trade and industry, up to a maximum of $50,000. This measure is estimated to cost $50 million if 1,000 companies utilize this tax credit. This measure will require amendments to the Corporation Tax Act, Chapter 7502, will take effect on January 1st, 2023. Energy. And Madam Speaker, as I indicated earlier, we are an oil and gas-based economy, and we cannot abandon oil and gas. I propose to increase the investment tax credit for energy companies from 25% to 30% to stimulate exploration and development-related investments in the energy sector. The total tax loss is estimated at $20 million annually. This measure will require amendments to the Petroleum Taxes Act, Chapter 6201, and will take effect on January 1st, 2023. Supplemental petroleum tax. After careful analysis of the competitiveness of Trinidad and Tobago as an oil province for investment, I propose to enhance the current STP concession for small onshore oil producers and introduce in 2023 a tiered system of supplemental petroleum tax at lower rates for shallow water marine operators, as opposed to the current fixed rates of SPT of 18%, 25%, and 33% that kick in as soon as the price of oil crosses US $50 per barrel. Firstly, the production limit for small producers of oil on land to benefit from the previously increased threshold price of US $75 per barrel for oil before SPT is applicable will be increased to 4,000 barrels a day, and the sunset clause will be repealed. Secondly, for new oil wells in shallow water marine areas, whether in existing fields or new fields, the following rates of SPT will now apply. The current rate is 25%. These are the new rates. For oil between 0 to 50, 0%. Oil price between $50.01 to $70, 15%, reducing from 25% to 15%. Oil price between $70.01 to $90, 20%. And then the usual SPT rates will apply. $90 to $200 is the SPT rate, which will be the higher rate of 20% plus 0.2%. There's a formula. And then $201 and over, SPT rate will be 42%. These measures will require amendments to the Petroleum Taxes Act, Chapter 6201, and will take effect on January 1st, 2023. We believe, Madam Speaker, that these reduced rates of SPT for new oil production in the marine areas will allow companies to access the required financing to increase their drilling and get approval for new exploration and production programs, thus increasing the production of much needed oil. The methodology for determining what will be defined as a new well will be discussed with the oil companies before implementation of the new SPT rates in January 2023. We are also looking, Madam Speaker, at adjustment of other oil and gas taxes and other innovative fiscal incentives to encourage new investment in the sector. We'll advise on these and other adjustments to the energy tax regime in due course after consultation with the oil and gas companies. Electronic payment providers and e-money issuers. I propose to offer a one-time tax credit to approved electronic payment providers and or e-money issuers up to a maximum of $50,000 to encourage the growth of online financial transactions and aid in the development of a digital economy. This measure will require amendments to the Corporation Tax Act, Chapter 7502, and is estimated to cost $4 million. It will take effect on January 1st, 2023. Petroleum profits tax. Consistent with our move to boost oil production, I intend to incentivize crude oil production and to sustain the current level of hydrocarbon reserves. Deep water exploration costs are significant, and to increase and stimulate production in the deep water, I propose to decrease the rate of petroleum profit tax from the current 35% to 30% for companies engaged in deep water exploration. This measure will require amendments to the Petroleum Taxes Act, Chapter 6201, as estimated to cost $50 million and will take effect on January 1st, 2023. Illegal state timbering. Madam Speaker, illegal timbering remains a serious issue across state forests as individuals continue to cut down trees, transport them, and use their products such as timber for economic gains. Illegal timbering also provides the trigger for environmental risks, including flooding and disruptions to the ecological cycle. I propose to increase the fine for illegal timbering from $20,000 to $100,000. This measure will require amendments to the Forest Act, Chapter 6601, and will take effect on January 1st, 2023. Illegal quarrying. Madam Speaker, illegal quarrying not only cheats the state of revenue, but it encourages criminal activity and poses a clear and present danger to the environment. The government therefore intends to impose heavy penalties for such environmentally dangerous and illicit activities. In particular, legislative amendments will be introduced to allow the state to levy on, seize, and forfeit equipment found on site at illegal quarries in an effort to eradicate this pernicious scourge. These legislative amendments will be introduced in Parliament early in 2023. Scrap iron penalties. Madam Speaker, I propose to contain the theft of scrap iron by increasing fines for stealing or illegally obtaining old metal, selling, purchasing, trading, receiving, and dealing in stolen old metal inter alia. I propose to increase the fines for these offenses from $15,000 to $100,000. This measure will require amendments to the Old Metal and Marine Store Act, Chapter 8407, will take effect on January 1st, 2023. Approve the small company exemption from corporation taxation. Madam Speaker, I'm amending Section 16A of the Corporation Tax Act, Chapter 7502, to expand the exemption of approved small companies from the payment of corporation tax for a period of 5 years to 6 years. The measure will facilitate further relief to the small and medium enterprise sector and will take effect on January 1st, 2023. Renewable energy. Madam Speaker, I am waiving VAT on new equipment for manufacturing companies utilizing alternate energy technologies, renewable energy options, such as gasifiers to use biomass, and harnessing renewable energy through wind, solar, and water. The certification of documents for this renewable energy will be a collaborative effort between the ministers responsible for trade and for energy. The measure will last for 1 year, effective on January 1st, 2023, and will terminate on December 31st, 2023. In the first instance, it is expected to support the national agenda of increasing our renewable energy output by 10% by 2023. School to work apprenticeship allowance. Madam Speaker, I'm implementing an apprenticeship allowance to encourage more businesses to hire persons aged 16 to 25 for short-term apprenticeship to provide them with relevant experience and exposure to the world of work. Companies will be eligible for an allowance of 150% for all remuneration paid under such an allowance, up to a maximum of 5% of the company's total wages and salaries billed for 1 year. To qualify for this allowance, the training program instituted by the company must be registered with the National Training Agency and the expenditure certified by the company's auditors. The period of apprenticeship will be limited to a maximum of 1 year in the first instance. This measure will require amendments to the Corporation Tax Act, Chapter 7502, will take effect on January 1st, 2023. Fees chargeable for commissioners of affidavits. I propose to increase the fees payable under the Commissioners of Affidavit Act, Chapter 652. The Commissioner's payment to the Registrar General under Section 3.2 of the Act will be increased from $200 to $400. The Commissioner of Affidavit fees will be increased from $2.50 to $10 for each affidavit sworn before him, and from 50 cents to $2.50 for each exhibit attached thereto under Section 5.1 of the Act. And the fee the Commissioner shall pay to the Controller of Accounts under Section 5 of the Act will be increased from $100 to $200. These measures will take effect on January 1st, 2023. Firearm users' license fees. Madam Speaker, I propose to increase by 100% all firearm user license fees, FULs, under the third schedule of the Firearms Act, Chapter 1601, with the exception of assault weapons, which will now have significantly higher license fees than other types of firearms. The government also intends to restrict the ownership of assault weapons and associated ammunition by private citizens. In the meantime, while legislative amendments are being prepared to achieve this, the license fees for ownership of assault weapons in private hands will be increased to $5,000 per year, while the annual license fee for ownership of an assault weapon for use on a firing range will increase to $1,000. These measures will require amendments to the Firearms Act, Chapter 1601, will take effect on January 1st, 2023. And now, Madam Speaker, a tax amnesty. We recognize that because of the public health restrictions and adverse economic effects of the COVID-19 pandemic, many businesses, especially small businesses, suffered such severe loss of income in 2020 and 2021 that they fell behind in their taxes. Although we introduced an amnesty in 2021, many businesses were still struggling to keep afloat and were unable to take advantage of the amnesty at that time. Accordingly, I propose to introduce an amnesty on penalties and interest on taxes owed up to and including the year ended December 31st, 2021. The amnesty will run from November the 14th, 2022 to February the 17th, 2023. This measure will require amendments to the various tax laws and is expected to raise between $300 million to $500 million. Oil pollution. Oil pollution presents a threat to the environment as well as to the socio-economic welfare of our citizens. I propose to increase the penalty from $10,000 to $100,000 for oil pollution. And this will require amendments to the Oil Pollution of Territorial Waters Act, Chapter 3703. This measure will take effect on January 1st, 2023. The threat of the giant African snail and other pests. Madam Speaker, food security remains a priority of this government. The giant African snail is one of the world's most destructive land snails. It is classified as a fast-growing pest that feeds primarily, but not exclusively, on many plants, including vegetables, leguminous crops, citrus, papaya, cacao, and ornamentals. This alien invasive species of quarantine importance was first reported in Trinidad in October 2008 and is now present in many areas of Trinidad, including the Diego Martin Valley, Maraval Valley, Vedas Bay, Mount Lambert, Aranguez North and South, Barataria, Couva, Chagonas, and Point Fortin. Other invasive threats identified include the Maruga locusts affecting the southern parts of the country, which also pose a risk to food security. To complement the existing mitigation strategies, I propose to allocate an additional $3 million to the Ministry of Agriculture, Land and Fisheries in our fight against these destructive pests for marketing and awareness campaigns, training of staff, and agricultural supply materials. I now come to the inter-island air bridge and sea bridge travel. Madam Speaker, we have recently procured 2 modern fast sea ferries, the APT James and the Bucko Reef, and their performance has been excellent in passenger and cargo service delivery. Similarly, we have also procured 9 Boeing 737-8 aircraft to complement the aircraft fleet at Caribbean Airlines. Revenues from international travel are used to subsidize the inter-island air bridge. Additionally, the rise in global energy commodity prices has resulted in higher operational costs for both the inter-island air bridge and sea bridge. In this regard, and consistent with our overall policy of sharing the burden of the cost of transport, I propose to increase the cost of inter-island air travel for all tickets by $50 as follows. The one-way fare on the air bridge will now move from $150 to $200. The estimated increase in annual revenue to Caribbean Airlines for the operation of the air bridge will be $50 million, which, with this increased price, will still require subsidy of the air bridge by over $50 million a year. With respect to the sea bridge, currently, persons aged 60 and over travel free on the sea bridge. I propose to introduce a charge for persons over 60 of $25 one way. The standard class on the sea bridge at this point in time, the ticket cost is $50. This will be increased to $75. The premium cabins on the ferries currently attract a charge of $100. This will increase to $150. The estimated increase in annual revenue for the sea bridge will be $30 million, which will still operate a loss and will be supported by subsidy in the amount of $170 million a year. These measures will take effect on the 1st of January 2023. Government assistance for tuition expenses, GATE. Madam Speaker, we recognize that many students, especially those from underprivileged backgrounds, need to work and study at the same time or simply can't afford to study full-time to pursue a pathway to a bachelor's degree or advanced technical diploma. In addition, some of these students are unable to qualify to enter a bachelor's degree program, such as medicine or engineering, at their first attempt. Such students quite often have no choice but to access GATE to complete an intermediate program, such as N1 at UWI, an associate degree or a diploma level program of study, and then seek to move on to a baccalaureate level degree program. However, they are currently debarred from accessing GATE twice. In recognition of the hardships that these students face, we will relax these restrictions and provide tuition assistance for those students who have already accessed GATE at a diploma, associate degree, or lower TVET level to pursue baccalaureate level degree programs consistent with the country's development needs. I turn now to fuel prices. Madam Speaker, as indicated previously, the government is of the view that it is unproductive to spend more than $2 billion per year subsidizing fuel, and that this money could be better spent elsewhere. I have listed the areas where the government is already committed to spending billions of dollars on social grants, education, health, and transportation, among many other areas. Spending billions of dollars subsidizing fuel when this money could be directed to creating jobs and assisting the poor and vulnerable makes no sense in our view. Accordingly, with oil prices still in the US $90 range, we are of the firm view that another increase in fuel prices is regrettably required. We have therefore decided to increase, as of today, the prices of premium and super gasoline and kerosene by $1 per liter and diesel by 50 cents a liter. The new prices will be premium gasoline $7.75 a liter, super gasoline $6.97 a liter, diesel $4.41 a liter, kerosene $4.50 a liter. The cost of LPG will remain fixed at $21 for a 20-pound cylinder of cooking gas for domestic customers, which will require the government to pay an annual subsidy. Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker.
Members, we're almost at the end. And you know, these are the parts that we all like to hear. Okay? Go on, member.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The cost of LPG will remain fixed at $21 for a 20-pound cylinder of cooking gas for domestic customers, which will require the government to pay an annual subsidy for cooking gas of $300 million. It should be noted that at these new fuel prices, if oil prices average US $95 per barrel for fiscal 2023, the government will still be required to spend $1.45 billion to subsidize the price of fuel. And if oil prices average US $90 per barrel in 2023, we will still have to spend $1.2 billion subsidizing fuel. In treating with this matter, we had lengthy discussions on how we should approach the question of fuel price increase. We thought of fully liberalizing fuel prices and allowing prices to be set by the market, as occurs in almost every other Caribbean country and most of the world. But that would have caused a huge increase in the price of diesel, the main fuel for public transport and the transport of goods. The price of diesel would have to be doubled to almost $8 per liter. We considered increasing the price of all fuels, including diesel, by $1 a liter, which would still require government to find $1.25 billion to subsidize the price of fuel in 2023 at an oil price of US $95 per barrel, or $1 billion at an oil price of US $90 per barrel. But we felt that any drastic increase in the price of diesel would affect those least able to afford it. Cognizant of the effect on the cost of living, therefore, while increasing the price of gasoline and kerosene by $1 per liter, we decided instead to increase the price of diesel by only 50 cents a liter, from $3.91 per liter to $4.41 per liter. This lower level of increase in the price of diesel compared to the other motor fuels is being implemented to reduce the impact of an increase in price of this very important fuel, which would have wider effect, especially on the most disadvantaged groups in the society. It should be noted that the consumption of diesel accounts for 40% of all fuel consumed in Trinidad and Tobago, or approximately 400,000 liters per year. As mentioned above, this will require us, these new prices, to spend $1.45 billion in 2023 if oil averages US 95 per barrel, or $1.25 billion per year if oil averages US 90 per barrel. Therefore, Madam Speaker, to alleviate the effect of these increases in the price of fuel on the most vulnerable in our society, we shall in 2023 give all recipients of social grants, namely recipients of public assistance, disability, food support, and senior citizens pension, a one-time transport grant of $1,000. It should be noted that this transport grant facility is temporary and shall remain in place only insofar as the price of oil remains at elevated levels. This measure, this transport grant of $1,000, will assist 175,000 persons and will cost $175 million and be implemented on or before the end of January 2023. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, we have always placed the national interest at the center of our developmental agenda. We have sought to foster a unity of purpose and the well-being of our citizens in our Roadmap to Recovery program. We will achieve macroeconomic sustainability over the medium term, with an emphasis on fiscal and debt consolidation, with a social conscience, while at the same time creating the fiscal space to address critical challenges. The resulting stability conditions of low inflation and interest rates, as well as a competitive exchange rate, will engender increasing savings and investments to finance growth and development. We are building strong public institutions to underpin our growth and development. We are consolidating gains as we invest heavily in national infrastructure projects, including projects involving roads, drainage, schools, hospitals, public buildings and facilities, tourism sites, ICT, water supply, and electrification, among other development projects and programs to create employment and stimulate economic activity. We are supporting our youth in national development, in particular their digital skills, and we are attracting them to the agricultural sector in light of our aging farmers. We are continuing to improve the health of our citizens, including raising the COVID-19 vaccination rates. We are enhancing investments in digital technology, which will underpin the modern and diversified economy. We are continuing to ensure a supportive business environment within which the private sector can strive, grow, and facilitate a buoyant non-energy sector. We are improving the investment climate as well as the ease of doing business. We are deepening human capital development through multifaceted education and training programs. And we are strengthening our security systems to adapt and respond to external and internal threats, thereby ensuring that investors and citizens can participate in ordinary life activities in a safe and secure environment. Madam Speaker, despite the enormous difficulties and challenges that we face, I am confident that the resilience and support of our citizens, combined with the wide range of policies, projects, and programs which you have put in place, will sustain the momentum of the economic recovery. Having faced and overcome the many financial and economic challenges of the last 7 years, we will make a positive difference in the lives of our citizens and leave no one behind. Madam Speaker, I thank you and I beg to move.
By 20, 50 by 25.
This is Kyron Pollard. When you play, do it the legal way. Don't bet